Alright, we're going live. A 10-minute timer for the review beginning, and we already have people on the chat, and by people I mean one person.
I like it.
Because it's been a sort of a competition in my chat to type first as the first message in the chat. So, you know, like this time Bob, she showed up 2 minutes before it even started.
Yeah,
Type first.
First is still a thing. Yeah, people. Doing an MTG Crimson set review was the amazing canister on his stream.
Have you seen what I said? That it's Crimson Vow, but more like Crimson Wow, because it's gonna be a great content.
That is a great pun. Doing an MTG Crimson Setter is the amazing canister on his stream. Or starting now. Maybe I should go to my dashboard, make sure that it feels just like home. Behovsy, Felix.
Yeah, Chad is asking said since it's a joint review, will cards still be scored in both canisters? Well, cards are going to be receiving 2 rates. First of them is going to be WoW canisters. The second scale is obviously different. It's the more appropriate one, hearts out of 5. So we're going to be distributing our respective items, I guess.
Yeah. How do that's some sick technology you got. What do you use for the overlay and the like hats appearing and disappearing?
It's just OBS, and you like set up the hotkeys.
Damn.
To show the graphics and hide the graphics respectively with a press of a key.
I'm such a noob. Let me lower the thing out of the side of my eyes.
Thank you very much for the sub, Bobsy. Gifted one, rather. But yeah, chat, today, gonna be pairing with Gab Nassif to talk about the cards from the new set. It's gonna be starting in 6 minutes, as you see on the screen, giving some time for people to gather. From my initial glance, rather, looking at the cards, modern-wise, they kind of mostly suck. There's a few interesting ones. So it's going to be a general constructed review for modern, standard. Maybe even the word Pioneer is going to be uttered. But honestly, Gab, have you played Pioneer in the past 6 months? Gab, I asked you if you played Pioneer in the past 6 months.
No, I haven't played Pioneer I can't remember the last time I played Pioneer. Maybe probably when, I guess, are these cards still legal? I guess when Yorion was before the companion change is probably last time I played Pioneer.
That's a while ago.
Yeah.
I haven't played in a while either. I guess I play in the showcases when they are up.
Yeah. I was maybe going to play the Legacy Showcase, but I was doing okay in the Modern Challenge. I'm kind of glad I didn't have to embarrass myself playing Legacy. You hate Legacy right now because you. Oh, I guess you don't. You play Vintage. You play Vintage.
Well,
you almost never play Legacy, right?
I don't play Legacy because, well, it is, to most canister fans, it is a well-known fact that Legacy is the worst format that there ever existed. And sometimes people pose this question: why do I like Vintage if I don't like Legacy?
Yeah.
And for the most part, I like Vintage because it's cool, interesting, and there are many decks that can be played. Thanks to Bazaar and shops, you've got decks that can grapple with those blue control decks, which are obscenely powerful.
Yeah.
In Legacy, there is Brainstorm, Force of Will, nothing, and like some other decks. And obviously, like whenever I say that, some people like comment and say, "Oh no, but like Lens is well positioned in the metagame right now, and DNT is a good option too." Fair, but it's pretty obvious to me that the distance in power level between blue and non-blue is pretty big.
Yeah.
And it's too big enough for my tastes, and it's like all centered around free counter magic and denying your opponent from doing the cool stuff, and they can't use Force of Will to counter my Bazaar activations, or they can't cast Force of Will when I have Trini Sphere in play in Vintage, so that's why I like Vintage and not Legacy.
Yeah, I haven't played Legacy at all. I had fun playing Vintage when I played Vintage and did well, but I remember started with shops, and then I played a bit survival, and I was tinkering with the survival builds, and no, Vintage seemed to be pretty cool.
Lately, like, it also like changes because sometimes Bazaar kind of sucks, and then the format is worse for me, less enjoyable because it's more blue.
What makes Bazaar sucks? I mean, don't people always have 10 sideboard cards for graveyard decks?
They do, but I'm not entirely sure. But sometimes it seems like it sucks and it doesn't perform at all, etc. Okay. Right now, since Urza's Saga got released, blue is like a bit better than other decks, so I have less joy playing Vintage in the like past half a year than previously.
You said Urza's Saga make all the blue decks better? It's a blue card kind of?
Not only the blue decks. Not all the blue decks, but the Tinker decks, the like portion of the blue decks, the largest portion of the blue decks, I guess. So like Saga is played both in shops and in blue Tinker decks. Yeah. And it's like super great there. It's also like makes people play Mending Needles and Soulguide Lanterns, and they always draw them and they cast it against you on Bazaar and you are screwed. And that's not cool.
Maybe I should have my cam be more focused. It looks good, like your background. Is that like green screen your background? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a green screen behind me, yes.
That's pretty cool.
I'm not actually in front of a Clan Ironworks.
Maybe, I mean, if there's any card you're gonna have to like OG, I don't know, big art of, like I never know.
It is a green screen.
You're like, it's getting a little hot in here. All right, set review.
Chad is saying that they got scammed. Somebody got scammed, but I don't know whomst.
Because when I did a set review with
scammed because this is not the case, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, continue, please.
I was gonna say I feel like we're both gonna be very negative. At least with Christoph, he was trying to, talk up some cards. I was like, I don't know, that card's gonna suck. Is it just gonna be us saying every card's gonna suck?
When I do this, I do find myself a bit polite towards the cards and trying to find their good side. And, you know, like sometimes I'm pulling the wildest shit here and saying, oh, but like this could be played in like specific situation X because it's similar to the card Y, albeit worse. So, you know, I'm not overly negative, but then I do give them 2 out of 5. So, you know. All right, so is everyone here ready? 132 viewers, seems like decent amount of people got there. So I think we can start as the timer has run out. So as I said, we are going to be discussing cards from Crimson Vow, the newest Innistrad set. And first we can start by talking about the new mechanics introduced in this set. First of them is training. Whenever this creature attacks with another creature with greater power, put a counter on this creature. Mostly limited applications, like appears on some cards of slightly higher power level, but it's like nothing too major. It doesn't add too much of a value to a card. It's pretty okay.
Yeah, unless the card's really pushed. It should be interesting for limited. For constructed, there's a few good cards that have training, but
yeah, like even those cards are kind of like good, regardless of that training. Feels like. Although there's a few interesting ones.
Yeah.
The next mechanic.
Oh. Cue the memes.
Yeah, there's been a few funny memes in my Discord, like where a card was like named some like Corpse Hunter, but even the name was in the parentheses, and it's, if you remove the parentheses, it just said counter and had a really long text box where if you remove the many letters and words in the parentheses, it also said counter target spell, while like it was like some enter, sacrifice a creature, yada yada, do some stuff. So it's pretty funny. So yeah, the cleave ability, mostly just kicker, which, although harder to process, I do find myself needing to read those cards a few times to understand what they do.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine there wasn't a better way to come up with the wording and the design of that mechanic, but it's an interesting mechanic. The cards with cleave are not super powerful, but some could be good. Some might see play. This one's interesting. It's basically lay of the land plus
like
tutor.
For the most part, like the mechanic doesn't have a power level tied to it because it's like all contextual to the card because it can do anything. Some of those cards feel as if they are just done for the like artistry of that. Like the Alchemist Retrieval I pulled up, just, you know, kind of not a huge difference cost-wise, just there to be there to show off that they can do it. So yeah, that's like mostly kicker mechanic. And the last mechanic that is new to this set is probably the biggest one. The blood tokens, a new type of game objects, token artifacts. 1 tap, discard a card, sack this artifact, draw a card. They let you ramage for 1 card. Most notably, discard draws. In other formats, you can use them to, for example, dredge, or enable some other graveyard synergies.
Yeah, it's really nice for limited too, just kind of cycling or looting. Should be, all these mechanics look really cool for limited.
Yeah. So like the blood tokens, when placed on cheap cards, should probably make you put some attention to the card to, you know, think about whether it's maybe a great discard outlet for maybe a second coming of Faithless Looting is going to be hidden amongst some commons in this set.
Yeah.
So with those basic mechanics of the way, I think we can move to talking about specific cards, because there's like a few returning mechanics from the previous set, but we all know them, or from like exploit that's already been done. Let's go. First card. Faithbound Judge. 3 mana, 1 white. Creature, Spirit Soldier, Defender, Flying Vigilance. Beginning of upkeep. If it has 2 or fewer judgment counters, put a judgment counter on it. If it has 3, it can attack. Disturb for 7 mana. It's a 4/2. Disturb for 7 mana. Disturb, I guess we didn't mention that as a mechanic, but it lets you replay the card from the graveyard with its backside. In this set, it's all auras. Second side, Sinner's Judgment, Ancient Player. Beginning of your upkeep, put a counter on Sinner's Judgment. If there are 3 or more counters, Enchanted Player loses the game and gets exiled if it goes anywhere. That's like on every Disturb card.
Yeah.
Any thoughts about this one, Gabriel?
Yeah, actually didn't really catch my eye. I felt it was a whole lot of nothing, but reading it again and thinking about it, it kind of does a lot actually. Just blocker, potentially attacker, win condition. It's a win condition that does something for you in the early game, and you can also just discard it to draw a discard spell and have it sit in your graveyard, and it's ready to win you the game when you've taken over and you actually need to kill your opponent. So yeah, I didn't think much of it the first time I read it.
I actually did the same. I read it and didn't really process all the words, or didn't even read all the words. I've seen a tweet by Saffron Olive talking about this card, and then I actually read it and I was like, oh, this seems pretty neat in some ways. 3 mana flying 4/4 blocker, that's pretty hefty wall against aggro if you'd be interested in that. And then it actually turns into an attacker at some point, so it's not terrible, and a pretty unique effect on the backside, non-combat, not planeswalker based win condition that just takes 3 turns. 3 turns is not that much either, right? It's just
yeah. The problem, or one of the problems, is that against what you have in standard right now, if you're probably playing that in a control deck, if you play that against green, it turns on their Blizzard Brawls. If you play it against blue-red, I think it's going to be too slow and not great, even though it does block Ghostman Dragon, I guess, if people are still playing Dragon in their blue-red decks. And probably pretty good against mono-white, which could be a big deal since white got a really good upgrade or two was Crimson Vow. So yeah, I don't know how well it's going to line up in actual games and in the meta, though.
Certainly. I think this card is more interesting than this good, but mostly if it would be interesting, it would be because of the backside rather than the front side. I think treating the front side as an additional upside that you get to your enchantment that can win the game with no other questions asked. Notably, pretty funnily, it's an aura curse that triggers on each upkeep of the curse player. So if said player would, for example, take more turns than they take usual, they would also acquire more counters on the Sinner's Judgment. So that's pretty funny.
That's a good point. But I do think you need the front side to be very relevant for that card to be good. That card's not going to be good if the body doesn't line up well and doesn't do a lot for you. There's no way.
Yeah, it is a 7 mana card. So what is your rating on this card, Gab? On a scale from 1 to 5 hats?
I don't know. We didn't talk about the most important thing, the system, the scale, the woke, the canister woke and yellow hat woke scale. I think we should remind the viewers.
Yes. So let's remind the viewers. Let's go through what the ratings roughly mean. Again, the scale is kind of intentionally vague so that if we get some cards wrong, then we can claim that we were actually right afterwards. But the basic rules of that are as follows.
Yeah, the scale has basically been worded by these how do you say, the seers, the people who can see the future, the way they word stuff so that it's always kind of possible.
Exactly.
And that's the same thing.
The scammers. 1 out of 5. It's unplayable trash and meme cards and like EDH fodder, let's use that word. 2, it's like minor potential to see play, like some fringe cards that you don't really expect to see play, but very well could. 3 is solid cards that are constructed playable, maybe like not in every deck, maybe not showing up always, maybe not 100% to show up, but like cards that you can look and see, that's okay. 4 is good cards that you're going to expect to show up in Constructed, that we expect to show up in Constructed, that are going to be played. And 5 is the most bangers, most banging bangers of the set, best cards, all-stars.
All right. So for instance, a card like Glass Casket, that would be what, 3 WoW canisters?
I would lean towards giving it like a free WoW canisters. I also typically I'm biased towards modern cards and negatively biased towards standard cards. But you can of course alter your, you are the one giving the hats.
All right. I'm gonna give it 2 hats.
I agree with your rating, and I give it the same 2 WoW canisters out of 5, as it perfectly fits that description. Not really like minor potential. Maybe it's gonna show up in like some super specific situation if the stars line up the way we.
Could also maybe a sideboard card. Like you bring it against white because of the body, and you bring it in like some weird mid-range matchup or super grindy matchup that can't really deal with it. Something like that.
Exactly. So moving on to the next card. Hallowed Hunting. 2 white enchantment. As long as you control 7 or more enchantments, creatures you control have flying and vigilance. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, create a spirit cleric with power and toughness, each equal the number of spirits you control. This reminds me a little bit of
Sigil.
Yeah, Sigil of the Empty Throne.
Mm-hmm.
Like a minor player in like the Enchantress decks in Modern right now, so could show up in a similar lore.
Yeah, 1 mana difference, pretty big deal. Obviously, it's way less powerful than Sigil, but if you can start getting your tokens 1 turn earlier, that's, I mean, the 1 mana difference in Magic is, worlds apart, so who knows? Seems kind of mediocre, but
yeah, looking at it closely and like thinking about the claws of the spirits, they're not actually grow per enchantment, they're growing per your spirits. So that means that the first token that you're going to be make, unless you're also including spirit creatures in your decks, it's just going to be like a 1/1. So it starts off real slow. So I think even the like comparison to Sigil is a little bit unfavorable for Hallowed Hunting.
Yeah, I wonder if they could have added spirits to the claws. The first spirit's the passive, and whenever you cast a spirit spell, I mean, I don't know exactly which deck would play spirits and a bunch of enchantments, but maybe it would have been a bit better. Maybe it would have been too good.
I think the idea is to use disturb cards because they make enchantments from your like graveyard, and then spirit are always spirits on the front side. But that sounds like a pipe dream for standard.
Yeah, that's a tough one to rate. I'll let you go first.
I'm giving it the same rate as the previous card, 2 out of 5 WoW canisters, a maybe fringe use, not utterly EDH fodder. I've seen worse cards.
I'll give it a generous 2 hats as well.
All right, the journey of giving 2 to everything is going to continue.
Yeah. I did my homework too. I prepared the list 10 minutes before the stream started, and I had Fierce Retribution as a card that might be decent, that you did not have originally on your list. since we're going by alphabetical order.
We actually aren't, because I don't know how OBS, like in the OBS it doesn't sort them by alphabetical for some reason, even if they're alphabetical on the folder. So we're going by, I don't know what's the term is.
Okay. All right.
And we're going per color. Alright, next card. Hopeful Initiate. White mana, creature, human warlock, training. 3 mana, remove 2 counters from amongst creatures you control. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. 1/2. One drops are always interesting, so this probably merits something. The quality of one drops for aggro decks in standard is not always that great, and I think even lately in mono white there's been some questionable ones, like the dog that grows when it's exiled. Is that still being played in mono white?
I'm not sure. I thought that was one of the better versions of the deck. The one was the 1-drop and the Gold Sentinel in standard. I felt like these counters added up and was pretty relevant and kind of hit hard. I haven't played millions of matches of standard either, especially against that version. When we're testing for Worlds, we didn't have the dog in the deck, but I agree the 1-drops are pretty mediocre. But this one looks pretty weak as well.
Yeah, what is really unattractive about this is that it is a creature that needs to trigger off of your other creature attacking. So if you play on turn 1, it doesn't trigger on turn 2. So like triggers on turn 3. So you still end up attacking for 1 at first.
Yeah. And the ability is not very exciting for standard. I mean, kills a chariot, I guess, but it's such a heavy investment.
It is a pretty heavy investment. And it's overall a pretty medium one drop. I could see it like being played if Monk of the Open Hand is being played, but I'm not sure if it is played. I did play it in my best of 1 arena open run, and then I switched to mono green for best of 3.
Yeah, it would be appealing with haste creatures. So maybe in white red, you've got the 2/2 adversary that's a 2/2 haste, that's a playable 2-drop. You've got maybe the werewolf that's haste freed up. So, but I mean, I don't know if 2-color aggro mana bases really work in.
Yeah, with the lands that come tapped in the first 2 turns, that's kind of a tough ask to play 1-drops.
Yeah, you have to rely on pathways. Yeah.
So, given this like internal struggle of training sucking on a 1-drop creature, I'll give it 2 WoW canisters.
Sure. Another generous 2 hats.
2 hat 2. All right. You can sense a pattern of like 2 being a most common rating, because, well, it is. Most of the cards are interesting in some minor way, or might be interesting in some minor way, but they're not utterly trash. So
yeah,
both 1 and 5 are reserved for the very few, and most of them fall in the middle, but skewing towards the 2 rating. Savior of Olenbok. 1 white human soldier, training. Whenever it trains, exile up to 1 target creature from the battlefield or creature card from a graveyard. When it leaves, put exile cards onto the battlefield under their owner's control. Onto the battlefield, that is interesting, because you can exile cards, creature cards from your graveyard, and then just summon them against a sweeper. Yep. 1/2. So that's pretty cool that it is a, let's say, variant of the Banisher Priest effect that is not entirely necessarily bad against creature-less or creature-light decks, where you can exile the creature from your graveyard to make sweepers worse against your deck.
Yeah, it's insanely powerful ability, but how do you get it going? 1/2 free drop, doesn't have a come into play, you have to start attacking, people can block. I guess it's really hard to block if you get it attacking.
Oh, it doesn't do anything on the ETB.
No.
Oh, that's trash. For some reason, I don't know. For some reason, I kind of misread that, thinking that it like does something on the ETB, but it does not. It has to train, so it doesn't only need to attack; it needs to train too.
It would be. I think it would be pretty busted if it had the ability as ETB on top of the ability at training. It would be maybe the best, of these cards they've printed ever. But as
Yeah.
is,
Well, that is
I
a
mean,
little bit of a surprise discard then. So as is, I see like I struggle to see it competing with the Banisher Priests, with any Banisher Priest effect ever, and there's two pretty good ones in standard right now.
yeah. Maybe in the white mirror match. I mean, it is against white and green decks and creature decks in general. If they don't kill it right away, they're probably going to lose. But there is Brutal Cathar. There's the fight cards in green. It does dodge Portable Hole, which is nice. So maybe in the white matchup, maybe as a sideboard card.
Well, it's not that they need not to kill that. They need not to kill that and not to kill your creature with a greater power.
Yeah, well,
And then they can kill that later to regain their creature.
Yeah, but it has to be dealt with. You're probably gonna lose the game within 2 or 3 turns if you don't kill it, because it's really hard to stop once it starts. If it actually gets to attack.
I have my rating ready. Do you want to disclose your first?
All right, I will go. Oh man, am I gonna give it a 1? Is it error really gonna? I'm gonna give it a 1. I don't even think it can see play.
Yeah, upon reading and realizing that needs that many conditions to be fulfilled, I give it 1 too, because I can't imagine that being playable in a serious deck.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, any creatures that cost 3 or more, it needs to be either totally busted or have a come into play, or you need to get something when it dies. So Old Growth Troll, Chariot, all these. If you look at every creature that's played in standard and historic, any creature that costs more than 3 pretty much has an enter the battlefield. Whether it's PV Scarred, Ranger, Captain of Eos, almost all of them. So if you don't have that on a creature, it's really hard for it to be competitive.
Yes, it could be like able to. It could be if it had the ability to run away with the game once unanswered at least, but it doesn't even have that. It's hard not to answer that in some way. Like it needs to not do anything, just play creatures. And even if they play creatures, blockers might be a problem. So yeah, let's move on. Also, I kind of got scammed because I've seen the mythic symbol. I thought it's gonna be good because the mythic, but it's real bad. Voice of the Blessed. White creature, Spirit Cleric. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on this creature. As long as it has 4 or more counters, gains flying and vigilance, and if it got 10 or more counters on it, it has indestructible 2/2.
So it's super Ajani's Pridemate, but a little harder to cast. Yeah.
Yes, it's super Ajani's Pridemate. Ajani's Pridemate is a card that we've seen being played sparsely at times in like some decks in various constructed formats, so it's not nothing. And the upsides are pretty neat on this card.
Yeah.
One of the problems of like the Ajani Pridemate card is that like they often could have gotten to a huge size, but it didn't matter because like it got chump blocked or eventually killed. And this can sidestep both of those problems if you have enough life gain.
Yeah, in historic you've got Cat Oven, for example, and it's cool because a lot of time when you're trying to build a Pridemate deck, you need to play the supporting cast, but then you only have the primates as a payoff, and it doesn't feel quite worth it. So now that you have 8 of these creatures, it gets a little better. You also have the white green one they printed recently. If you want to play 2 colors, I forget the exact name, but it's a strictly better primate as well. You get to scry, I believe. An extra scry you get, except it's legendary. The Voice of the Blessed is not legendary. So
Do you remember the name of that card? I remember that it exists, but I'm not sure.
It's a legendary white-green card. I'm sure chat can help us.
Chad knows the name for sure.
But yeah, no, I like it. I like the design. I like the balance on it. It looks like a cool card, and as you said, Flying Vigilance is relevant.
Chad says that the card's name is Mind Goblin, but it yields no results.
I think we're getting baited. Trilisara.
Yeah, I even seen a modern deck, like with Company, variation of Heliod with, I don't remember if it played Pridemate, but it did play Trilisara, and certainly, well, I'm not sure if that was any good, but if that would be a route one would want to pursue, then like, actually it turns out that the white cost of Voice of the Blessed is an upside for Heliod.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I've been impressed, honestly, by that white-green deck in Historic. They play... I don't think they usually play Primate, but they play Innkeeper, Soul Warden, Telesara, the white-green version of Primate. They play Heliod, and they play the Oak. So you can get, if you have Heliod, the Oak, and the Soul Warden or an Innkeeper, you get infinite life, infinite 1/1s, and an infinitely large Oak. And your Company deck... I think that deck's like reasonable. The problem with Voice of the Blessed in that specific deck is that white is harder, probably much harder than white green on turn 2. But yeah, no, cool card.
I wouldn't be surprised if it shows up somewhere, and I'll give it 3 Volcanicus.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, so far we agreed on every single card. Do you think what percentage chance do you give for us to disagree on a single card throughout this review?
On a single card?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, probably decent chance. Probably like 70%, over 70%. We're gonna disagree on at least one card.
So
but then we might talk each other into like revising our judgment and agreeing. So, but initially, yeah, I mean, I'm guessing it's gonna happen.
So you think there's a 30% chance that we're gonna like give all the same race to everything, and there was no point in me making those like hard graphics whatsoever because they're redundant?
Well, hats are obviously way cooler than canisters, but let's not. I don't want to upset you.
Let's move on. In that case, wedding announcement, undercard that I put on the list of the reviewed cards, partially because it has a rare symbol and an enormous amount of text, so I felt pressured into putting in here. 2 white enchantment, beginning of your end step, put an invitation counter on wedding announcement, just like I invited you to do this set review with me. If you attacked with 2 or more creatures this turn, draw a card, otherwise create a token, human, 1/1. If it has 3 tokens, transform it. Creatures control get +1/+1. On the flip side. So it's a weird mashup of whatever else the first side is, and then Glorious Anthem.
Yeah.
One thing that strikes me as nice about this card is that, well, Glorious Anthem effects do tend up to be better when you have more creatures, not less. And you can play this on free and make the tokens with it at first, and then the tokens get pumped, which is like self-synergy.
Yeah.
If you attack with 2 or more creatures, draw a card. It's like might be hard to reliably trigger, but like you get a bonus of some sorts regardless. You either draw or make the token, so you like get something regardless.
Yeah, no, I think that card's fine. I think there's just, if you look at specifically standard and the way the mono white decks are built, I think the other 3-drops are much better. If anything, maybe that card has a home in modern. I actually got paired against the white token deck in the modern challenge on Saturday, and it was a close match. And you actually have ways to make cheap tokens in modern, and you can start triggering the draw a card on turn 3 and kind of keep snowballing. Whereas Legion's Landing, Raise the Alarm, gathers the Town Folk. So I doubt it's good enough for modern, but it is a cool design. As you said, it always does something no matter what. And then eventually you get Crusade. But
yeah. Chat says that it's like kind of like History of Benalia, but bad. And that seems like an apt comparison because it is. It kind of is like that. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
It's kind of like Black Lotus, but a bit worse.
Yeah, but instead of giving you free mana, it takes free mana away from you.
Yeah.
And overall, like those cards, they make those cards with like those 2 sides and humongous amounts of text. They're kinda like you kind of know that they're not gonna be very good, but the amount of text on it gives you hope or tricks you, like lets you be tricked at many times into thinking that it might actually be worthwhile exploring. I would say.
For sure. I get tricked in draft by the rarity symbol. I'm like, well, it's uncommon. Surely it's better than that common, right? But that's not always the case.
All right, what's your rating on Wedding Festivity / announcement?
I'm gonna give it we might disagree or not. Damn, that's gonna give it a harsh 1, I guess.
Okay.
I like the card, I like the design, I just don't think it's ever gonna be played in any deck.
Alright, 1 hat. I'm going to give it 2 Volcanic's assets, but not that bad.
Yeah, I feel bad because I felt like I gave it 2 hats to other cards that maybe are.
You can be harsh with
like
your
the
ratings.
other cards, I feel like at least maybe they can show up and they're doing something unique. This card, I mean, it is doing kind of something unique, but it seems just strictly worse than so many free mana cards. So yeah,
you can definitely be harsh with your ratings. I'm a bit of a soft rater, and I always say, like what if it shows up in like this context, etc. So we can play the good cop, bad cop for the.
All right,
for those
I guess it's more fun if we don't agree on everything. We're doing it for content, disagreeing for content.
All right, so yeah, 1 hat, 2 volcanic stairs. Moving on. By invitation only, 5 mana, 3 white sorcery. Choose a number between 0 and 13. Each player sacrifices that many creatures.
Yeah.
So you actually can't choose 13 or 0, right? Is that true? Between? Does it include 0 and 13, or is that exclusive?
Yeah, I believe you can cast it for 5 and say sack 0. I don't see the point, but I guess you're trying to trigger.
No. Let's say your opponent has, like, you have a creature on the battlefield. Your opponent has 5 creatures that have an ability to be sacrificed, and you cast your sweeper, and they're like, okay, I sacrifice everything for a value effect, and then you're like, yes, say 0. But I don't know, like, can you choose 13 or 0? Because I'm not sure the English language works.
I'm pretty sure you can choose you can choose 0 and 13, or else it would be really rewarding and confusing.
Like, is 0 between 0 and 13?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so it's just a sweeper with like potentially upsides or downsides over other sweepers. Are there 4 mana sweepers in standard now? In white?
Well, there's the Fortell one that can technically be a free mana sweeper.
Yeah, probably hardly better than the Fortell cost reduction. Like the main upside of sacrificing would be like
Yeah, I don't think there's any indestructible stuff in standard. In historic, it can come up. You have the white blue angel that's played in the angel deck that gives, I think it gives hexproof and indestructible to all your creatures.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing there's a few other cards in historic and standard.
There's
In this,
Toski in standard, I guess.
yeah, Tusky.
Which
Other,
I guess Toski's one upside is that it survives sweeper, so if it wouldn't, would be a real shame.
that's a good point. There's a predator too, the red black dragon.
Yes, yes, that's also a card.
There's Coma.
Coma is a pretty relevant one, probably.
So there's a few, but I can't imagine ever playing that card over the Fortel one. You could maybe see as a sideboard card in a white deck if you're playing a creature mirror match and you're kind of a go white deck. You know,
That's a good point, because you can use this card this way too. If you have more creatures than your opponent, you can sacrifice your weak ones, then they sacrifice all of their ones, and you keep your best ones. So yeah, that's probably the biggest use actually.
In a token deck, we're talking about tokens. You know, that token card earlier, or just in general, white creatures are kind of decent. Maybe at going wide, you've got, I don't know, Castle Arden Vales card like that in white a lot of times. So.
Well, let's just say you play like mono green versus, mono white versus mono green, for example, and like you have more creatures in general, but opponent's creatures are bigger. So, well, I guess then you think about the existence of a Seeker's Chariot, which actually makes multiple creatures, and that's kind of awkward. But on the principle, it seems like either a sweeper for a creatureless deck to sidestep indestructible, or some like sideboard sweeper for an aggressive-ish deck.
Yeah.
For creature mirrors.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because usually, I mean, it's been done in the past occasionally where you're bringing a sweeper in your creature deck for creature matchups, and that one actually lets you either be really conservative and try and get them that way, or it also lets you dump your hand and still be able to cast it. So it's kind of cool.
Chad is also mentioning that it ought to be said that if your opponent has 14 or more creatures, it is actually not a sweeper. Which you're laughing, but I don't know, have you never cast a sweeper that killed 15 or more creatures? 14 or more creatures?
I mean, I'm sure I have against,
it's not zero.
Yes, relevant points.
All right, I'll give it 3 out of 5. As a solid sweeper, probably weaker than the existing option in Doomsky for most uses, but maybe some.
I'm gonna give it a 2.
All right.
You're really a softie. I never knew that side of you.
Well, I don't, also I never want to just shit talk all the cards all the time, right? Because that would be.
I know, saying that card might see play one day, I feel like that's already kind of being nice to that card, but okay.
All right, let's move. Circle of Confinement. 1 white enchantment. ETB, exile, target creature and opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until it leaves battlefield. Whenever an opponent casts a vampire spell with the same name as a card exile with Circle of Confinement, you gain 2 life. As far as random upsides go, this one is pretty random. Don't you think?
Yeah, more of, I'm not even sure, maybe limited. Gonna see a shove in limited. Yeah, it's a little extra flavor. It's nice. It makes it so that it's not exactly what's it called? Not Baffling End, the original one.
Glass Caskets.
No. Too. It's like, I think it's like exactly that card was out the second part of the journey. Yeah, journey to something. It's not
journey to nowhere, but that exiles anything. No cost restriction.
Oh wow. Okay, my bad. Silk Wrap.
Silk Wrap. Yeah, that is Silk Wrap.
Wow, a strictly better Silk Wrap. Power creep strikes again.
After having fast Silk Wrap being power crept down from Journey to Nowhere. But yeah, it's just like a simple removal. Like those cards tend to end up being played in standard. Not sure what's the like best removal in white right now. There's like Portable Hall, and that's Narwhal. Only up to 2, extending up to 3 is okay. And like the vampire text, I assume it for the most part doesn't really matter. It's also like opponent needs to be playing the same card that you exiled, so it just doesn't really matter.
Exile, pretty big deal against the troll.
That's true.
So if green is still like one of the premier creature decks, that's very relevant. Against white decks, is exile especially good? There's a few disturbed creatures, I guess, but yeah, no, just fine card.
What is your rating?
Oof. Is it a 2 woe cats or 3 woe cats for Circle of Confinement?
I think you're just giving hats, not woke hats, because like the graphic for your hats is just, you know, a hat.
Oh, okay. Go. Remind me again the definition of free woke canisters and free hats.
Free canisters, like solid cards, constructed playable, although like maybe a bit fringe.
Okay, yeah, I'll give it free then.
I give it free too. It's like the definition of like a solid card that shows up, a removal spell. And imagine if you play vampires and your opponent shows up with this.
Yeah, it could be relevant. It could be.
I see. Then add the Piercing Light and Fierce Retribution to this. Maybe I can try to unload the source, and then it's gonna be here again. Give me a minute.
Yeah, there was the free cards canister didn't have on his list that I thought were worthy of a mention. There's Fierce Retribution. They're all like kind of the same actually. They're all like instant speed removal spell. There's Fierce Retribution, there's Piercing Light, and there's the reprint Valorous Stance as well. So let's see how good Canister is with technology.
I see an option to refresh the source. Chad is asking if we are reviewing all the cards. We are not reviewing all the cards.
24 hour set review, Pug. Every card.
Yeah, every card. This common can see plane limited. To which Gab says no, it can't. And we move on to the other one. All right, so
I mean, I guess for limited, it would be we could review all the cards for limited.
I play like a draft per set nowadays.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I'm not talking us specifically, but if you wanted, that'd make more sense if you're reviewing every card.
Certainly. All right, let's just show up Piercing Light in the corner.
Yeah.
As a substitute, this is a card that I didn't include in my pre-selected list of cards to talk about, but Gab thought it's interesting enough to talk about. White mana, instant, deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, scry 1. So basically, a very poor man's removal spell, albeit in standard, oftentimes we have to resort to using those.
Yeah, the fact that it's really cheap is interesting because of Thalia, that we didn't really talk about, right? I guess you didn't want to talk about. We probably. True. I don't know if you had.
I didn't put I didn't put the reference in the review.
They're gonna be like, they just forgot the best card in the set, the best non-land card in the set. Yeah, so Piercing Light, really cheap. If somehow every creature deck is just cheap creatures and white dominates, that card could see play. It could be a sideboard card. It could even be maybe a sideboard card for creature decks, and yeah, having cheap removal is going to be really important if Thalia sees a lot of play. And the green deck has a few cheap creatures. The Vam deck has a few low toughness creatures as well. So I think it's a cool design.
It's probably
And
worse than Portable Hall on average, but if you really want to play a instant removal, I guess, in your sideboard, then you're gonna maybe play one Piercing Light. It's like something that Nassif's list in like the next standard tournament is probably going to like include blue-white control.
What
Let's
about
say one Piercing Light in the sideboard, and you know.
what about it in modern, in blue white control in modern? Is there a
Come
chance you,
on,
you want that as a sideboard card? I mean, it kills Ragavan Goblin Guide for 1 mana.
come on. You can play Condemn, Path to Exile, Oust, and
Let's
literally anything else.
I guess you have Condemn. I kind of forgot about Condemn. All right.
Let's Christ. Let's Christ. You can play Solitude too, like, but of course, we know that you can play Solitude in Prismatic Ending, but like, if you wanted more.
Yeah, and it's not totally irrelevant that, if ever you end up playing blue-white control and you're like, okay, I need 4 Piercing Light in my deck, and you draw them in a matchup where it's not that great, it's still like 2 of them still kills, a Chariot or a Goldspan Dragon. It's not like, oh, they don't have creatures that have 2 or less toughness, my card is totally dead. I mean, if you're desperate, you can even just fire it off and scry 1.
All right. Do you want to give a rating to Piercing Light?
Yeah, I kind of like it. I'm gonna give it 5. No, I'm gonna give it a 3.
A 3?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that card. I feel like it's the kind of card it could see no play, or it could end up being like super relevant as a really important sideboard card.
I think you are jumping through fiery hoops to make yourself think that. It could see like a sideboard play, but like
that's
honestly,
how you just talk down on them as soon as they disagree with you. Wow.
Yes. So I'll give it a 1 out of 5.
Wow. I feel like you're just like, oh, this is gonna be sweet when I win the next arena championship with 4 Piercing Light in my 75.
For sure. When that happens, then I will lose plenty of my credibility. Like, I believe you that it could show up. I mean, I understand that you think that it can show up, but I don't necessarily believe you. That is my position.
All right.
The next card, Fierce Retribution. 2 mana instant, cleave 6 mana, destroy target, parenthesis, attacking creature. So it is a removal spell, what's the name of that? Kill shot. For 2 mana, destroy target attacking, and then for 6 mana in the super late game, it's just 6 mana kill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I want to say I've played before in Historic. A white and 1 deal 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. I forget the name of the card. Against
Gideon's Reproach.
Yeah, it killed cards like Questing Beast at instant speed, all these Gruul haste creatures. And I've had that card in my sideboard before. Obviously, I wasn't thrilled to have it play that card. Not even sure if it was right, but I think that's a strictly better Gideon's Reproach. And instant speed's pretty big. A lot of the white removal is sorcery speed. So yeah, cool card, cool design, good use of the cleave. I like it.
Yeah, it is a like potentially big tool against haste creatures for like white control decks. Because actually white control decks in standard tend to be kind of weak to haste creatures.
Yeah, and one thing about creatures in standard is that they pretty much all want to attack. I don't think you have too many cards in like Dark Confident type of cards that just kind of sit there, and so that's also could be a big thing for these kind of cards.
You've got a rating? You think it's better or worse than Piercing Light?
I think it has a lower ceiling, but it's maybe it's kind of more in the middle of a card, 2 mana is for a target attacking or blocking creature. Plays into. The problem is you get ragged by stuff like Snakeskin Veil. You can't kill the creature right away before they untap. Let me think about it against a white deck, against something like Adeline. They get the token right away, so it doesn't really deal with Adeline. I'm gonna give it a 2.
Yeah, I'll give it 2, like 2. It's like more likely, in my view, to see play than Fierce Retribution.
Oh, it is only attack, not blocking, but the blocking is not super relevant. So it's not a strictly better Gideon's Reproach.
True. And, well, I guess let's quickly mention Thalia, Garden of Thraben being reprinted, because I guess it is relevant enough to give it a word. First strike, Noxious Spells costs 1 more to cast 2/1. It does seem like a pretty powerful card for standard in a white aggro deck, especially that there are decks that play somewhat expensive cards, like the Aldrin's Epiphany costing 1 more. I guess it is pretty relevant. Sweepers costing 1 more, like cheap interaction costing 1 more.
Yeah, I made a video of like kind of my top 5 cards out of Crimson Vow, where I covered what I thought was playable, and I just had Thalia at number 1. Spoiler alert, above the dual lands. I think maybe the dual lands is the true number 1, the cycle of dual lands. But yeah, I think Thalia is going to be really strong. The mono white aggro deck is already one of the best decks in standard. It's one of the 3-4 best decks, and it plays basically no spells. I think the stock versions play maybe 2 portable holes, 2 Mauls of the Skyclave, but I'm not even sure you need to play these cards. So
you probably like alter your deck a bit to implement Thalia. I think she seems powerful enough.
Yeah, she's really strong in that deck. She's really good with Faceless Haven. I don't know. I think that card's.
Why is she good with Faceless Haven?
I mean, just another way of. I guess you don't have to cast expensive spells. I guess I don't know why I said specifically Faceless Haven, but just good. In Historic, a lot of time they play Company in the Thalia deck, so that's kind of a non-bow. But in the mono whites, the mono white aggro deck, you don't even have any spells really. So it could be, it could be huge. It is nice that at least you've got cards like Spikefield Hazard in standard, so that'll help keep it in check. 1 toughness is a pretty decent liability against that card, against Cinderclasm. So maybe the red removal is good enough. But yeah, and first strike's just nice in creature matchups to just you play it. Maybe you're playing a Vam deck, you play it. They can't really cast their removal efficiently. They can't really attack into it because of first strike. So I mean, we all know what Thalia does, and it's just great Magic cards.
Yeah, and also notably introduces Thalia to Pioneer. She was really legal in Historic, and I think pretty bad here. But like partially because 1 toughness is kind of rough in Historic oftentimes. But now you are going to be able to put Thalia in your favorite Pioneer deck, chat.
Yeah. Oh, it's actually pretty good in Historic. Anyways, against the decks I played, when you're on the draw and they go Sentinel into Thalia in Historic, it's
Wait,
really
what's Sentinel? Esper Sentinel?
Yeah.
Wow.
Cancer has no idea what Historic is or which cards are legal.
No, like I do sometimes like turn on a stream of somebody playing Historic, and like I do get legit surprised by the cards because I hasn't been following, and like random cards from Horizons are legal. Like people play a game and suddenly somebody top decks a Kavu. What's the name of the Kavu from MH2, the red green one?
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, this surprises me. Territorial Kavu, yeah, exactly. Do you have a rating for Thalia? Like I always rating reprints is a bit weird, champ, but I guess for standard, do you have a rating for standard?
Probably a 5, honestly.
Yeah, you give it a 5. I'll give it a 4 because I read a message in the chat by Makwinsos who said that Thalia is a 2011 card and a 2021 ward, and she's way overrated. So maybe he's right.
I don't know. I lose that card way too often to not give it a 5.
And for sure, she's pretty good at least. And we can move to talking about blue cards. Oh yeah, Thalia is even playable in Vintage. Well, playable.
Yeah, we were just missing the other reprint Valor Stance. That card was good in Siege Rhino meta. For toughness, you've got the dragons, you've got the egg, you've got Chariot, you've got Adeline, so kind of a relevant card, gives indestructible to your creatures. I don't know. It's probably going to be less good than it was. I think, do you remember? That card was played a decent bit, right, in the Siege Rhino meta, in the Absent decks and whatnot.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be played as much this time around.
Regarding Valorous Stance, I have one vivid memory of that card. That is like when I played my first standard GP ever, or like first standard tournament ever, probably. I don't remember where it was, but I was playing Jeskai or whatever, like Jeskai Tempo. It was in the like Siege Rhino times, and I was against Abzan aggro with Jeskai on the draw, and I kept a hand of 5 lands with like 2 temples. I think, not sure. It probably had a temple. Jace, Vryn's Prodigy, and a Valorous Stance on the draw against Abzan aggro. And my buddy TSP Hendrik was watching this game behind my shoulders, and this game like went on. I top decked well, but ultimately lost, and the game went on for a bit. And after this game, he claimed that it was the worst keep he has ever seen. And to this day, we cannot settle this debate, because he keeps saying that it's like absolutely terrible to keep this hand on the draw against like Absent aggro, because my opponent played a Fleeceman Lion on turn 2, which I couldn't have killed with the Valorous Stance, so it wasn't even a removal, and like they killed my Jace or something. And I said, what? Well, I had 2 cheap spells, like what do you want? Like, it was a fine keep. And to this day we argue, and it was like 5 years ago. Do you have an opinion on this hand?
That seems fine. Maybe he just never watches anyone play, so his sample is very limited.
Oh, maybe that's true, I guess. I mean, it wasn't the exact wording that he used that it was the worst hand ever. That's like what I added this wording, but that's my memory of Valorous Stance, and it might like see some play in standard for sure.
Yeah. All right, let's go to blue.
Yes, let's go to blue.
I guess we didn't give Valorous Stance a rating, did we?
Yeah, but like
I'm gonna give it a 2, but since we talked about the card, might as well.
I'll give it a 3.
Okay, I guess you made a point to disagree on every rating. Let me see what's going on here.
And talking about blue cards now. Cemetery Illuminator, 1 blue, creature spirit. Oops. ETB or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. Flying, you may look at the top card of your library anytime. Once each turn, you may cast a spell from the top of your library which shares a card type with a card exile with Cemetery Illuminator. 2/3, flying. Again, a lot of text on a card, but it does have the spirit type line, and it is a like 3 mana creature, and like traditionally I remember the combinations of spirits and Collected Company appearing in some formats, most notably nowadays in Pioneer. It doesn't seem like the worst card you could slot into that ever. maybe not main deck, maybe sideboard. Some like way to gain card advantage with a spirit seems not terrible to me.
Yeah, I read that card and thought it was just mopey. Reading it again, it does potentially snowball pretty fast if you get an untap with it. It does a little like Courser of Crifix action, and maybe in a format like Historic, you play it, you get to exile a Faceless Looting or a Phoenix. The graveyard hit is actually relevant in
Oh,
Historic.
that's true.
I'm guessing it's not super relevant in Standard. You do that. You do have Leer decks. I guess you have the Leer decks. So yeah, no, that card might be good. It does your
Oh, actually, correction from the chat. You can cast a spell from the top of your library. You cannot play lands with it ever.
Oh yeah, it doesn't work with lands. Yeah, when I said Courser, I didn't mean like as in the Courser effect. I felt like playing on the top of your deck. No, I know it doesn't work. Yeah, if it worked with lands, it would be even better. Maybe Ariel a little too good, but yeah, no, that card is good spirit, good type.
To be frank, I misread the card a little bit, and I thought it will be able to play lands, and that was part of what made me slightly excited about it, because if it can like play both creatures and lands, it should be able to cast a huge portion of your deck, so it will be actually a pretty good imitation of an Experimental Frenzy.
Yeah.
But as it cannot cast lands, that is significantly weaker. Also once per turn, but...
Yeah.
So that being said, it's a sorcery speed monster. Do you have a rating for this?
I'm gonna give it a 3. I feel like it's powerful enough. It has potential. It has potentially utility in Historic, where Phoenix is arguably the best deck. It does run into dispute, but it does a lot.
Yeah, I would give it 3 if it could hit lands and cast lands off the top of the deck. Since it cannot do that, I'm much less excited about it than I was previously, so I'll give it a 2.
All right, what do you got next?
But yeah, the graveyard hit bar is pretty okay. Next card is Cobalt Lancer.
You put that card on the list.
You think it's that bad? I think it's very interesting.
It's a cool concept, but I was struggling to find a specific deck that might want to play that card ever.
I was struggling too, but as I said, I'm optimistic. Blue mana creature zombie horse. Additional cost to cast, exile a creature card from your graveyard, 4 mana. Exile Cobalt Lancer from your graveyard, draw a card, free. So, yeah, we got a pretty nice wild Nakato in this deck, in this card. Or just a blue mana. Blue, kind of a weird color to have effects like this.
Yeah, the only thing we could come up with was Street Wraith to play it on turn 1 in Modern.
Yeah, Street Wraith is definitely the go-to thing to enabling like virtually half the cards in Magic the Gathering. There is also other ways to put creatures into the graveyard. For example, ditching a Grief. For example, puts a creature card in your graveyard, then you get to the nice payoff of having a 1 mana free.
You're now the beautiful owner of a horse. Congrats.
Yeah, it is true that probably the hoop is too big to jump through, because like what you're getting like is it's a free, right? After all, you're getting a free, and that's kind of it. Plus the ability to excel from a graveyard to draw a card, but it's fairly costly, and I couldn't imagine it being very relevant in many contexts.
Yeah, I think we should move on. I'm gonna give it a one hat.
Chad is also asking if a bigger hoop isn't easier to jump through, so that's fairly eye-opening. What did you say? What was your rating?
Oh, one hat.
1 hat.
Meme land.
Yeah, that's pretty mean, but also pretty true. Thank you for the raid, K-Prince. One hand for Cobalt Lancer. Yeah, it is a card that's like cool, but really trying to imagine where it could work. I'll go with you on this, and we're gonna give it 1 out of 5. I think this card has the potential to debate people, though. Like, it has that. Do you agree with this?
Maybe my viewers are way too smart.
Well, some of my viewers were asking me if, like, so what do you think of the Cobalt Lancer? Like, it's gonna be so good. Concealing Tide. 2 blue sorcery. Each player chooses a non-land permanent they control, return all other permanents to their owner's hands, then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in their hand than you.
Yeah. That's an interesting one. So I felt like these kind of cards are almost never good. And I struggle to see the scenario where you're actually going to draw a card out of the deal. To draw a card, it basically means you need to get rid of your cards in some ways. So the
This
one, because like if you don't play cards and you want to you want to get value out of the bounce, then they're still keeping their best permanent, and it means you have cards in hand because you didn't play them. If you're playing your cards, they get balanced, so you just have as many cards as them. And so the way I was thinking is like you ramp, you're using your cards in hand to ramp to put actual lands in play. So that's a way of getting rid of cards from your hand without adding non-land permanents to the battlefield. I don't know, it's a weird one, but I don't really see it. What about you? Do you have drawing
well,
a card?
that is a very like lengthy explanation on how you do the card and like what do you see it doing or not doing. But I have a shorter one, more concise one. A dead giveaway on this card is the wording. Then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in their hand than you. So obviously it's just like EDH, like bait for like, I don't know, like those who like to play Cyclonic Grid because it bounces everything in EDH is like the same stuff, but
Yeah.
if you can also, they get to keep their commander in play and they're smile because,
Yeah.
So
No, it's true.
for
Chat is mentioning Fortel, and it's true. When I talked about that card on my stream, people are already mentioning Fortel. So, but yeah, these cards are never good. Sorcery speed, just so awkward. There's almost no world where that card does anything for you. I'm gonna give it a 1 as well.
all right.
I didn't even have it in my list of cards.
I
To be
put
fair,
it.
I didn't have the Spirit Eater, and I ended up giving it free. So
I put the Consuming Tide here for partially comedic value.
yeah.
Geistlight Snare. 3 mana, instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a spirit and also 1 less to cast if you control an enchantment. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. So the idea of having access to a 1 mana leak is pretty enticing, I would say. It seems pretty hard to get there. The like requirement of spirit and enchantment kind of hard to mesh together.
Yeah, in standard, I'm not sure. In historic, I mean, you have spirit into curiosity, right? And then you have counterspell up. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, curiosity was also what came to my mind, like curiosity or like the obsession or whatever version of that effect is kind of a way to combine those two requirements and have a really cheap counter spell. It is also nice that even if you just have a spirit, it is still a mana leak, which is okay. A problematic part may be that it would be hard to have it be mana leak on turn 2.
Yeah. Yeah, you have good enchantments. You have Omen of the Sea, but that's 2 mana. Do you have a good 1 mana enchantment that you can just play out there that cantrips in Is there anything good in modern? Maybe.
Well, there's Abundant Growth in Modern, but there is also, Mana Leak in Modern, so, and counter spell, so you would really need this to be 1 mana in Modern to have a reason to.
Yeah.
Chad mentions Eidolon of Rhetoric, both a spirit and an enchantment.
All right.
There is some of those enchantment Eidolons, I guess. That's like.
Yeah. I mean, this card might just be the best. Maybe not counting Thalia, not counting reprints. It's possible that's just the best card in the set for historic. If it ends up seeing play in blue-eyed auras, and that mono blue deck is good. Honestly, every time there's a big historic tournament, I play at least a few matches with the mono blue obsession. Kind of blue skies, and it's a super play draw dependent deck. But I remember I was testing the deck, and it was surprisingly weak to auras, despite the fact I was playing even, I think, on summons and brazen bars and lots of bounce, but it was surprisingly good against John Food. I was going almost 50-50 against John Sack. My deck was a bunch of 1/1 flyers, so
yeah, it's
maybe that's a card that makes
definitely pretty good if you can counter a 3 mana kind of cumbersome creature with a 1 mana card. And I brought up Eidolon of the Great Revel. Not sure if that's
the white Eidolon is a spirit too. They're all these Eidolons. They're all spirits.
They should be, I think. The Eidolons. So Eidolon of the Great Revel, maybe not the greatest combination with like a counter spell, but. So I could certainly see it being played in like some chat. Alseid of Life's Bounty. It's not a spirit.
Oh, it's a nymph. Oh.
Hateful Eidolon. It's probably going kind of deep, but it is enchantment spirit.
Yeah, except you want to be white-black, probably Abzan, so I don't know where you're getting your blue mana from in that deck.
Well, you've used
is Core Spirit Dancer a spirit? It literally has the name Spirit in it, but I'm not sure if it's a spirit.
It's also has Core in its name, so it is a Core. It's not a spirit.
Unfortunate.
It's a wizard. Alright, so you said one of the best cards in the set potentially, right? So what is your rating?
I think the ceiling is extremely high. Remind me your definition of 4 woke canisters, please.
4 woke canisters is gonna mean that it's gonna see play in constructed. And like not the best card ever, but
I'm gonna give it a 4 then.
Alright.
I believe. I played Blue Skies in my very first Pro Tour. It was kind of my comeback GP in Lille. When I came in second was the Blue Shitters deck, and
4 with a caveat that Historic is a format that we are considering.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm not trying to be snarky, just saying that, clarifying, because many people don't consider that too often.
Maybe does a spirit version of Modern ever play Curious Obsession?
Not really. I think there is like one person playing spirits on Magic Online, so they play the same list, so maybe there could be. Alright, I'm gonna give it 3 because I'm a bit less of a believer, and I think it might be hard to cobble that entire deck together, but it's close. I could see myself giving it 4 if I were in, like, for example, if it was more of a type of a card I liked. Hullbreaker Horror. 7 mana, blue, creature, Kraken Horror, flash, can be countered. Whenever you cast a spell, choose up to 1. First, return target spell you don't control to its owner's hand, or second, return target normal permanent to its owner's hand. Also,
it does a lot. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we have to make a slight pause because K-Prince asks me to ask you for your evaluation of Alrun's Epiphany, Keg W.
I probably gave it like a really low rating. Yeah, I'm notoriously bad at evaluating cards, but I also don't do the exercise very often. So
Yeah, I also was not really impressed by Alrun's Epiphany. I think it was two woke cancers out of 5 because honestly, for the most part, the time walks don't have much attached to them and they kind of suck. But this one like has anything attached to it, and it's like that alone is pretty relevant. So I think Alrun's Epiphany surprised many of us.
Mhm.
But back to Hullbreaker's horror. It's one of those blunt and kind of not pretty control finishers they tend to print like every set or two.
Yeah, it's a controlled finisher that can be countered, even though a lot of the blue decks play divide by 0. So that's a slight downside. And I've played Cyclone Summoner in standard against the green deck specifically. It's not horrendous against the white aggro decks, but a little expensive there. Um, so obviously it doesn't do the summoner effect when it comes into play, but it plays nice. I think one thing to note is that it has the same cost as Memory Deluge, so you can kind of say, I don't know if I guess that's kind of an upside, right? You say go and you have the choice between maybe Hullbreak. They don't know if you're going to Deluge or if you're going to have Horror in hand. It makes it a bit harder to read. It does a lot. It takes over the game really quick. It's a good card, yeah.
I would say that like the being the same cost as the Deluge is probably overall a downside of this type of an effect because it means that like your top end in your control deck is already guaranteed by playing Deluge already. You get the like Deluge flashback, and unless you feel like you need more super expensive stuff, then like that makes it a bit more redundant.
Yeah, it's competing with Deluge. That's fair.
So yeah, this card is like they always print that they never are all that good. Like sometimes people play them in like some low amounts, but this one pretty crucially has a window when it's bad versus removal and just gonna die to like a removal spell. And even though once you are able to untap and cast spells, you can protect it. Technically, it just bounces the removal spell to their hand potentially, so they can actually try again and replay it. So overall, it's kind of like seems like it would die to removal a bit too often for my tastes for like the humongous investment.
Sure. All right. Yeah, I'll give it a 2.
All right, I think I'm also gonna give it a 2 because it's like it's not the worst card ever. I think they only become really good when they can protect themselves from removal, and this card kind of lacks in this department. So. Next one, Inspired Idea. 2 blue, sorcery. Cleave 5 mana. Draw 3 cards. Then in parentheses, your maximum hand size is reduced by 3 for the rest of the game. This one is really interesting because it does just something that hasn't been printed on cards much, if at all, before, so that makes it a little bit harder to evaluate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Cleave 5 too, where you just draw the 3 cards.
Yeah. With Cleave 5, you draw 3.
You don't have the downside of,
But...
Yeah, no, go ahead, sorry.
Alright, so obviously 5 mana, draw 3, sorcery. Not interesting in constructed whatsoever, like those cards are not really played at sorcery speed. So if this is good, it is mainly for its cheap side. I would be guessing for the 3 mana side.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to abuse it, right? You could maybe play it in a Reanimator deck. For instance, in Modern, you could imagine, okay, you draw 3, and your hand size reduced, so you get to discard your creature, and you can abuse it in affinity type decks where you just dump your hand and the downside doesn't really hurt you. They do add up, But you could imagine that the first time you're gonna play it, you're gonna play it for free, and down the road, maybe the second time you play it, either you don't even care because everything is your deck super cheap, so even just having a hand size of 1 is not that big of a deal. Or the second copy you cast, you just have the mana to pay 5, and um, no, it's really it's a kind of it's interesting card, maybe even potentially scary card. I don't know if you've put like more specific thoughts into exactly which deck it could go in.
Well, as I keep thinking about it, I noticed the inherent anti-synergy of casting a draw free, then you frequently have some cards in your hand. So if you're not taking advantage of discarding, it's gonna be a bit hard to use, unless, as you said, you play a really cheap deck. But if you are using it as a discard outlet, it is a free mana sorcery speed discard outlet, which is also not that attractive. So it's hard for me to think of an actual use that sidesteps that drawback enough to make it attractive. Also, a question arises: what if you cast Inspired Idea, but you have a Reliquary Tower in play, right? You have no maximum hand size. Your hand size is reduced by 3 for the rest of the game, but, well, if you don't have a hand size, then how can it be reduced?
I mean, it sounds like Tower should overtake the. I mean, I know you're memeing, but feels like no maximum hand size trumps maximum hand size reduced by 3.
Yes, yeah, probably. That's a question to a judge in the chat. So yeah, overall, this Inspired Idea seems pretty potentially potent somewhere, but I have no idea where. And it might be a case that it is nowhere. Like, pretty often we see cards like this that make you think, that's pretty cool. I wonder how do you make this work? And then nobody ever does. But
Yeah,
maybe sometimes in 10 years from now, somebody digs up an old card and makes a combo deck with it or something.
Yeah, you also don't have to play 4. It could be a one-off in that, maybe in that affinity deck people have been playing in modern. It looks like more of a modern card to me than a standard or historic card. If it sees play, it'll probably be in modern.
I agree. Do you have a rating in mind?
I'm gonna give it a 3. I'm not sure if it's exact the description of the card, but I feel like it'll see play at some point somewhere, and it'll be decent.
Chad also wants to combine it with Triskai Deca file, but file, how do you pronounce it? But reading Triskai Deca feel, it's not that good of a card in general, so I'm probably not gonna go much. I'm gonna give it 3 too. I think you're spot on the evaluation of this card, and kind of again, sometimes what we say is more relevant than the actual grade itself, because there is enough nuance to the game of Magic the Gathering that you can convey every single idea on a scale from 1 to 5. Overcharged Amaglam, 2 blue, creature, zombie horror, flash, flying, exploit. So ETB, you may sacrifice a creature. When it exploits, counter target spell, target ability, activated ability, or triggered ability.
Yeah, that card looked really strong when I first read it, or at least kind of exciting. And I started comparing to Mystic Snake, or Mystic Snake, or the other one, Frail Mystic. And I don't know, the exploits cost kind of rough. Free flash flying's nice, buddy. We've played Resto Angel. Resto Angel can be good sometimes just as a buddy, but the force point of toughness on Resto Angel is a huge deal because you're eating like a Mantis Rider or dodging a lightning bolt, and just so many spots where the force point of toughness is nice. That one doesn't have that. Usually when you're playing with blue creatures, you don't have a ton of, or blue deck, you're not like, you don't have a ton of creatures in your deck. The creature type is not super relevant either. This one's a tough one.
I do think the free flying body compares super favorably to a 2/2 or 3/2 Mystic Snake or Frail Mystic. Like, I think it's pretty significantly better flying. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But it does give you a problem that you have to solve, the exploitation of a creature. You need to play some stuff that does that, and like ideally an effect like this would want to be paired with other instance. Like, well, the Mystic Snake part of this card would like to be paired with other instance, and the exploit part would be paired with some like sacrificial fodder that typically is more often sorcerer speed than not. On the other hand, this can also be treated as a split card, because it is a 4-mana cancel if you sacrifice itself, versus a 4-mana threat flyer, which is also like something that probably worth mentioning, even if
I'm not gonna lie,
super.
I totally forgot you could just sack it to itself. No, that's a great point.
It can also counter abilities, which could come up. Shark Typhoon is an ability, for example, which like traditionally is something that is good in Control Mirror in large part because it can be countered.
Yeah.
I guess it's like killing the shark, so it's like you're not countering the card draw. So it's not really groundbreaking.
Yeah, free flash flying could be decent in the world of Thalia too. Anything that, you know, interacts and doesn't cost more because of Thalia is nice. So no, it's hard to rate. I feel like I'm struggling to rate that card. So,
yeah. Looking through the cards, I also noticed some zombies for standard that seemed not terrible to me. In fact, like it seems to me like zombies were. There's, for example, like there is 2 good 1-drops in zombies already, and there's a few more cards. I'm not sure if this actually works that well in a zombie tribal deck, or if a zombie tribal deck has any legs to stand on, but I think the typing is not meaningless.
Yeah. All right, you go first. I think I might just copy, or
I'm gonna give it 3 out of 5. A pretty generous 3.
Yeah, I think 3 is good. Like it could be like see a decent amount of play. Like it could be like just too weak to ever see play. But
yeah, it could definitely flop. So it's a little bit optimistic, but Chad is laughing at the fact that you're just copying. Patchwork Crawler, 2 mana, creature zombie horror, 2 blue, exile target creature cards from your graveyard and put a counter on Patchwork Crawler. It has all activate abilities of all creature cards exiled with it. 1/2. Normally, I wouldn't bring this card to discussion, but on the internet, I've seen that like you can do some combos with that. I'm not exactly. I don't remember what were those combos, because once again, it like was a Saffron Olive tweet. But there is like some, even in standard, some ways to combine. There is, for example, the like Demon, which is like black mana, draw 7 cards. I don't remember the name from D&D, from the D&D set.
Yeah.
Asmodeus. Oh, actually, it's black, draw 7 cards. That's much worse.
Yeah, it sounds like you're describing a meme card. The internet's a wild place.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a 1 hat.
All right, 1 hat is pretty harsh, but also not ungrounded. I think I'll probably go with you, and like don't expect this card to really be competitive.
Yeah, the blue Scavenging Ooze.
Because it does cost 3 mana to consume that card, so even if you like had a combo with this, the setup is pretty enormous.
Yeah.
Storm Chaser Drake, 1 blue creature Drake. Flying, when it becomes a target of a spell you control, draw a card. 2/1. Pretty good stats for a 2-mana like 2/1 flying with an effect like this.
Yeah, it's just an enchantress, right? It's just a core spirit a blue core spirit dancer.
Yeah, it doesn't stack with others in play, but like this, and it doesn't grow. But it is like a baseline flying, baseline 2 power.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the missing link that we were looking for. The Geist, what's the name? Geist Light Snare. You play blue-black with Storm Chaser Drake and Eidolon of Hateful Eidolon, and then you put auras on the Storm Chaser Drake. It's not a spirit though, so it's pretty terrible probably.
Yeah.
But
no, not counting the counter spell. Just you had white-black auras and Historic was one of the best decks. And now they usually splash. I think the green splash for the 1/2 Enchantress is good. So you play Abzan. But this lets you play straight just 2 colors. I guess you could play, basically it was a white blue aura version of the deck. And now you get kind of, your 4 extra Enchantress, because 8's not enough. So you had to pretty much always mulligan a hand that didn't have Enchantress. Now you have SRAM, Core Spirit Dancer, and the Drake, and you can play straight 2 colors. It has flying included, which is super relevant. Well, it could be good in these decks.
Yeah, it also doesn't even have to be exactly identical context because it is a spell you control. So if you, for some reason, like mutate onto it, for example, or if you cast some other pump spells that are not even enchantments, that could open some doors to some pretty nice things. So this one looks pretty vague to me in what exactly it's gonna be doing, but looks pretty powerful.
Yeah, Curious Obsession, you draw a card right away. If you're playing Dive Down in your Mono Blue Obsession deck, you get to kind of cycle your Dive Downs if they're clogging your hands. Kind of a cool card, honestly.
Yeah, I don't quite have it in me to give it 4 out of 5.
It's a little too narrow, and it might not end up being good enough because, as you said, it is a big deal that you don't just draw a card for any enchantment you play on your other creatures. You have to play it on this one specifically. So maybe that's a drawback. I'm gonna give it a 3. It has potential. That has potential to be part of. Blue-eyed auras was. I've always liked the white-like version better, and it's only one format. I keep talking about Historic, which is. You don't even ever play Historic, but yeah.
Well, you can. That's why you're a guest. You're the Historic specialist that is going to help me shore my gaps in knowledge.
All right.
I'm not sure if the word shore is proper here, but.
What do you have next?
Next card is Wash Away. Blue mana instant cleave. 1 blue. Counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand. So a cancel, but also a 1 mana counter something that wasn't cast from its owner's hand. For example, in Modern, people don't cast Living End from their hand. There's also plenty of other effects, I assume, which are hard to think of off the top of my head. But
there's iteration, that's a big one in every format. Expressive iteration. Even though it's usually the land they play off iteration, but it can be the spell.
It's also a bit weird because you'd like to counter the iteration like pretty like you prefer to counter the iteration by a pretty huge margin.
In standard, you've got all the foretell cards.
Yeah, Chad mentions Epiphany like 7 times already.
Yeah, it's super narrow though.
It is narrow, but it is a cancel baseline, which like baseline cancel tends to be played occasionally, and then the upside is that it can cost blue mana in certain spots instead of being like foretold for 2 mana and cast for 2 mana, like the Third Coming, for example.
Yeah.
In general, I already I mostly play Modern, so in Modern I've been playing with the 4-color Yorion Blink deck, and Wash Away was actually a card that I was heavily considering for that deck, partially because it is an answer to the, well, partially because it's an answer to the Cascade decks. It is a blue mana counter a Cascade spell. Most people in most decks use Flusterstorm as the go-to answer. I have found out that I do not like Flusterstorm being a soft counter spell because the games just go too long against those decks if I'm playing something that's like as passive as the 4-color deck. So there is like a few other options that are similar. Blue mana counter the cascaded spell, but there is like invasive surgery, which I think has like a, let's say, comparable upside if you're not big on getting delirium. Probably a bit lower upside if like you're playing, for example, against a cascade deck that is also against a rhino deck that is also playing Teferi, because then you get your anti-cascade spell, Wash Away. You can use it to counter Teferi if you have like enough mana.
Yeah.
So that's like the entire reason why I'm interested in this card. Do you have anything to add?
No, not really. I think it's a little narrow for standard, and I'm going to give it a 2 because I think it's going to be, a modern sideboard card, maybe, basically.
Yes, that's like, that's it. Let's give it 2/2. It's a modern sideboard card, maybe. Well, it's probably gonna be a sideboard card on my sideboard at some point at least. So I guess not. Maybe.
I mean, if it becomes a staple if it becomes a staple sideboard modern card, it probably deserves. It's like a weird one to rate. Like, it's super specific, but also could just be solid sideboard card. So
I don't think.
But there's also the chance that it never sees, like, you tried it and you're like, okay, no, that card's just, it's not worth to have a sideboard slot dedicated to that card. So.
Well, yeah, it's probably cannot outcompete Flusterstorm in Modern at large, but like in very specific situation where I found Flusterstorm to be bad for like the certain reason. But like Flusterstorm is probably much better in like the more tempo-oriented decks that can take advantage of it being like untouchable by the Cascade deck early.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 3.
All right, 3 hearts. Yeah, now I want to give it 3 too because I'm gonna give it 3 too. You convinced me. I guess we convinced each other up.
Yeah, you've got like Disturb maybe. I mean, it's such a huge deal anytime you get to cast it for 1 mana, especially when Memory Deluge is now, a card. If ever you get to go counter or something and boom, get to cast a Memory Deluge in the same turn, it's just such game-winning sequences. It might end up being good. And maybe down the line, there's other ways that you're playing cards not from your hand, and these things become more popular.
Chad mentions commanders a lot as a way to cast a spell not from your hand, and that means that we're done with the blue cards, unless there are any blue cards that I didn't talk about and you wanted to mention.
We don't have to. There's like Syncopate, which is a card I kind of hate because a lot of people, they're always like, why not Syncopate anytime Syncopate's legal? So I'm already having nightmares of people asking me why I'm not playing Syncopate in my standard decks. And then you had First Up Discovery, which is a blue and 2 instant speed, draw free, either discard 2 cards or discard a basic land. And that card might see play. It's tough because Memory Deluge is standard legal, but that card at least doesn't compete with the casting costs. It's a bit cheaper, and your 2-color control deck in standard plays around 10 or 11 basics, which is enough. If you play 3 colors, though, it probably drops to like 3 basics, and it's hard to get value out of the card. But that card could see it. Probably not, but it's worth mentioning, I guess.
I would have included it on the list of reviewed cards had it been able to discard any lands if it was just compulsive research or at instant speed. But at basic land, I was just like couldn't bring myself to that because who plays basic lands in constructed? Well, standard players often do, turns out, but Let's move to the black cards. Concealing Curtains, black mana, creature wall, 0/4 defender, 3 mana, transform, activate only as a sorcery. On the backside, Revealing Eye Horror Menace. 3/4, as I said. When it transforms, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card. If you do that, player discards that card, then draws a card. Probably nowhere for this card to go in Modern. I mean, actually nowhere for this card to go in Modern, but I think I've seen worse standard cards. The duality of being a 1 mana wall against aggro decks that also is not terrible and even sometimes actively quite good in slower matchups and maybe even control mirrors seems pretty attractive to me.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like a, split card removal / threat. It has the kind of the Vendilion click effect, except they discard instead of putting on the bottom of their deck. And anything that's cheap, not a spell, gonna help you against Thalia. If Thalia sees a lot of play. No, that card I first read it and I thought I was like, it doesn't look that great, but I think I kind of like it.
It's pretty cheap at like just black mana sit there and then like it transforms for not too big of a cost and like 3-4 minutes body with like a discard attached. That's like actually quite formidable.
Yeah, like, you also have quite a few playable -3/-3 effect in black. You have Crippling Fear, you've got Witch's Vengeance and Historic, you've got a bunch of these effects printed recently. If you're playing Grixis, you've got Cinder Clasp and whatnot, so 4 toughness is nice there as well.
Oops. Yeah, it seems pretty solid to me. I'm gonna give it 3 out of 5 for standard.
Yeah.
There might be no decks with a home for it.
Yeah, it could be a 2. It could
needs to be
a 2. It could be a 4.
Needs to be kind of needs a black control deck.
Yeah, let's give it a 3. I agree.
All right, back on the agreeing stick.
Mm-hmm.
For the cats. Why does it give the opponent back a card? Was that really necessary? Asks the chat. Well, that's a question to designers, not to us.
I don't know. It sounds pretty busted if they don't get back the card. Sounds like one of the best cards ever printed.
Best cards ever printed?
I think if you remove the fact that they draw a card, that card's kind of nuts, yeah.
I think
maybe not best cards ever printed, but it would be.
I think it gets closer to being one of the best cards in the set, maybe.
It'll probably be one of the best cards in standard, yeah.
But ever.
Okay, maybe not.
Also, like 2 people in the chat mentioned they skipped Jacob Hawken, the like detective blue card. So I can briefly show it on screen. I think it's totally unplayable, but I guess
I'd rather not go like listen to everything chat says. I was glad you ignored that. I ignored it too.
Yeah, it's like it is a looter that exiles a card, so you can't even like benefit from the discard. So it's like a Merfolk looter. We don't play Merfolk looter in Constructed, so that's why we didn't talk about Jacob Hawken. Now, Demonic Bargain, 3 mana sorcery. Exile the top 13 cards of your library. Then search your library for a card. Put that card into your hand, then shuffle. Chat says that if it exiled 12 cards, it will be playable. What do you think?
I think that card's unplayable. I think the cool part about Tutor is that it lets you play some one-ofs, and now you're not even sure you're going to be able to tutor for your one-of. It's too expensive for what it does. I think it's just a bad card. They even just print Dig Up, which is a little different, but...
What if the card you're tutoring for is Thassa's Oracle.
What about it? You still have
I guess
30 cards in your deck.
that's true. You still have a pretty hefty deck, so like if you're trying to engineer a small deck type situation, it seems pretty hard to do. Yeah, I mean, if you're tutoring for a 4-off, then like what are the odds that you're gonna excel all of them, right? Like let's say you have 4 Goblin Charpelches in your deck. Then you're actually making your deck smaller by casting Demonic Bargains that deals less damage. Yeah, it's probably quite unplayable. Like 3 mana, like in general, I think tutors are kind of like held in high esteem by many because Demonic Tutor is like a good card overall. But in nowadays Magic the Gathering, it's a really hard idea to swallow, to pay extra mana to draw a good card. While, because like many cards are good because they're efficient, because they're cheap, like per the effect you're getting. So the like whole idea of a tutor is kind of medium. That's my 2 cents on like the general position of tutors in the game right now.
Yeah, I haven't been listening. I was just wondering how I got debated about talking about demonic bargain for 10 minutes.
All right, so I assume you give one hat.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give 1 Kanigi 2. Next card, Dread Fugue. Black mana sorcery. Cleave for 3 mana. Target player reveals their card. You choose a non card from it with mana value 2 or less. That player discards that card. So for 1 black mana, you get a little Inquisition of Kozilek. For 3 mana, you get just regular Coercion. 3 mana discard spell. What do you think?
Coercion can take a land, I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Yeah. It's one of the few, but Coercion specifically.
Damn. I really like shows that I never played with the card.
Alright, shows that I'm a boomer. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Inquisition's good card. I think this is worse than Inquisition because black and 2 to take a non-land card, it's just not super reasonable effect.
Yeah, the cleave cost is really tough, and like the cleave cost is really unattractive, so it would need to be played with the intention of being cast like 90% of the time for or more for the black cost, the cheap cost. Yeah. So it's unfortunately the difference between 2 and 3 between this and Inquisition feels pretty humongous. In Modern we already have like 8 discard spells, so don't care. In Historic we've got 8 discard spells, so we don't care, I guess.
Yeah.
In Standard,
it could be good. Yeah, I mean any discard spell in Standard could be interesting because of Leer. You're not looking to play counter spells, and 1 mana it will usually take their removal spell that we're planning on using on Leer, so it could see play in Standard.
Yeah, I guess in that context, and then you can actually use the cleave cost. Well, you can't flashback with Leer with the cleave cost though, right? That's not possible.
Really?
I think it's not because it's an alternative cost. And typically you can't do that because it gains flashback, which means you can cast it for its CMC. Yeah, so like I guess in Pioneer you now can play 8 discard spells, but I think it's a pretty hefty limitation down to 2 because when you're going down to 2, there's so many cards you're missing that you can't take, and like the cheap cards are being played in the early turns too, so it becomes bad quickly. I'm gonna give it 2 out of 5.
I think I'm gonna give it a 3 because it still makes sense. Like you played in the first 2 turns, you're you're probably gonna get something, and then you play later in the game. The cleave cost is hefty, but you might still get something. I card could see play.
All right, 3 hearts for the card. Dying to Serve, 2 black, Enchantement. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, create a tapped zombie token. Triggers only once each turn. A cyborg plan for Living End? Question mark? Question mark?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought about when I saw the card. I thought about cycling. That was the first thing that came to mind. Yeah, exactly. Just kind of a potentially better Drake Haven.
It works with blood tokens. That is true. Overall, at 3 mana, it's pretty hefty and hard to invest, I think, to justify this in many spots.
Yeah, the tap part's pretty irrelevant against aggressive decks.
Also, only triggering once each turn is like really a bummer of a limitation, because like they tell you not to get your hopes high, because the max payoff you can get is kind of medium.
Yeah, but the 1 mana on Drake Haven is obviously a ginormous deal. So
True. I mean, Drake Haven as a baseline is not the greatest card ever.
yeah.
Does cycle equal discard? Chat asks. Yes, it does. A Street Wraith is going to trigger this. But overall, I think it's not gonna really work as like in a format high powered like Modern. So it leaves like earlier formats, and like even in those is like too much investment for like too little payoff. So I'm deciding between 1 or 2 for this card.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the optimistic one here. I'm gonna give it a free.
A free. Chad also mentions that it works well with Celestus, which is your
there you go.
favorite card as far as I know from current standard.
Yeah. Also, you know, people play discard spells. People play Cruxaw.
Yeah, I give it 1. And I'm recording your 3 out of 5 rate for this card.
You're like, lock it in before he changes his mind.
Yes.
We can embarrass him. We've got proof.
Yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of ratings that didn't really pan out from the perspective of time myself. So Falcon Wrath, 4 bear, 2 black, creature vampire. Flying, can't block. When it deals combat damage to a player, create a blood token. Black, sacrifice 2 blood tokens, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. I think the idea here is that you can use a blood token to discard it, so that you don't have to play it ever. And then you use more blood tokens to bring it back.
Yeah.
So the question,
right.
The question would be, can you like produce enough bloods in a standard aggressive deck? And it might be a bit hard. There's quite a bit of blood required for this card to work properly, because hardcasting it is a bit of a medium proposition for me.
Yeah. You also have Spikefield Hazard in standard, so even if you do get it in play, there's a bunch of removal that exiles. It's all slow to get going. Can obviously be nuts against some control decks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how like I could imagine this being played as like a sideboard card, similar to the Shade. What's the name of the Shade that people play in the sideboards?
Yeah, you could, maybe you maybe play like 1 or 2 in your main deck, and then maybe 1 or 2 more in the sideboard for the matchups where you think it'll be good, something like that.
Skycliff Shade was the name of the card that's like currently standard legal.
Is that
Uh,
card still standard legal?
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't recall it being played too much, and that kind of surprised me because it seems pretty good.
Yeah.
But maybe it's all the Spike Wheel has it. I'm gonna give the forebear 2 out of 5. Like the biggest upside of this would be probably the type line, but I looked through available vampires in standard and they just refuse to print 1-drops, so I don't think vampire aggro is plausible. There's one 2-mana 2/1, and there's like there's a 1-mana 1/1 that ETBs to make it blood in this set, but
there's also the 1/1 that gains first strike that's played a lot in limited. It's serviceable. I mean, it's not good, but if you're desperate for a 1-drop, I think it has a merit to exist and not be the worst, honestly. I'm going to give it a 2 hat as well.
I don't think Volder and Stinger and Constructed is plausible. But, well, sometimes you do what you... Sometimes you need to do things that you don't want to do. Legion's Landing is not standard legal, which is why we didn't mention it, chat, right now. Felstinger, 2 black creature, zombie scorpion, death touch, exploit. When it exploits a creature, target player draws 2 and loses 2. 3/2. And this is like kinda looks like a limited card in a way, but also it's pretty. There's kinda a lot going for it. Like 3 mana, like 3 power, death touch, 3/2 death touch, like not the worst stats ever. And if you have like good fodder to sacrifice, draw 2, lose 2 life is both reach for an aggro deck and just card draw for a normal deck. Mm-hmm. And also the zombie timeline. So like I think between all of those factors combined, it's not the worst card ever printed.
Yeah, I agree. It's a cool design. It's a sweet card. I don't see it. I've thought about that card a bit. I feel like it's gonna be a little too awkward and not really have a home in any deck really.
I think if it had a home, it would probably be it would potentially be in a zombie deck.
Yeah.
With zombie deck, if a zombie deck can exist in standard, and after searching zombies available in standard, it honestly doesn't look like the least plausible thing ever. There is like 2 good 1-drops. There is a 2/1 like dungeon crawler. There is the champion of the perished. So you already got 8 1-drops that can have 2 power, which is not embarrassing. And then there is like some other new zombies, like maybe even the exploit zombie too, which is kind of weird. There is the other 1-drop from D&D that dies into a treasure or into a -1/-1.
Yeah.
Between all of those, I could see Felsinger finding a niche in that, but it is still a 3 mana card, kind of awkward, kind of limited, so I'm gonna give it 2 out of 5.
Actually, I was gonna give it a 2 as well, and you kind of talked me into maybe giving it a 3. There's, chat mentioned Shambling Swarm. There's a few cheap, good creatures you can sack, and obviously you can just sack it to itself. I feel like the cards are really like kind of powerful these days, but maybe this card can compete. All right, I give it a 3 hat.
All right, 3 hats received. Next one, Graph River. That's another card that made me think about zombies too. 2 mana, creature, zombie warrior, exploit. When it exploits a creature, destroy target planeswalker. Beginning of upkeep, deals 1 damage to you. 3/3. So I'll just say 3/3 monster for 2 mana for the most part that does ping you every turn. It has a random upside of killing a planeswalker if you exploit something, which is gonna come up, I assume, rarely.
Yeah.
But it seems like a care filler for I would not be ashamed to play Champion of the Perished into Graph River, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, that's fair. I was comparing to like the green creatures and the white creatures, and the fact that if I'm not mistaken, I went over the zombies that are going to be legal in standard, and it doesn't look like you've quite got what you need to play a decent zombie deck. I could be wrong. Yeah, I think in a vacuum that card's fine. There's not a lot of good planeswalkers in standard. Maybe Sorin will see a bit of play. We've got Ren and 6 that sees a bit of play. And so the ability is,
I think the ability is mostly like trinket text. And like it's always better that it's there than if it wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, card's fine. Yeah. Well, maybe down the line. We're only in what 5-set standard right now, and it goes up to what's the maximum sets we can have in standard? Is it 8?
I think it's 8. Chad also asks if you would play white over this, which I guess is also a 3-power zombie.
White is a lockboard. It's really good in limited, but standard, yeah, that card's just, I don't know.
That depends if the fair toughness matters. Are there any shocks in standard? Like there's mostly like 3 damage. Yeah. No. It's like kind of random upsides. I'm gonna give it 3 because I'm a believer. I'm actually like kind of a teamy, and I enjoy like the prospect of building tribal decks and standard. So I always overrate the tribal cards.
I'm gonna give it a 2.
Headless Rider. Once again, a zombie card, as you see. 2 black creature zombie. When it or another no-token zombie control dies, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Notably, that means that it has nice synergy with like exploits effects, kinda, and it's a good anti-sweeper technology. Less notably, there's Spikefield Hazard, which kinda exiles it for mana with no effect.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of said it all. It's a good card. Kind of reminds me of Rattling Reanimator.
Which one?
Rattling Reanimator. It was 2/2 for black and 2 zombie cleric. Whenever one of your cleric dies, you get a 2/2 zombie or something. It's like the card I used to play in standard back in the day. That card's fine. I don't know. I feel like I went through the zombies list and it didn't seem like there were enough zombies to make a good zombie deck. Maybe I was wrong. That card's fine. I see Spikefield Hazard. It's kind of a big deal, but yeah, that card's fine.
There is also actually 5 heads in the picture rotating, so it's a 5-head zombie.
That's true. Nice.
I think being a 3-drop and like being a little less like less exciting for the like aggro deck, I give it 2 out of 5, but like with a smile. We'll see how those zombies develop. Like I want to believe. I'm kind of medium believer on zombies.
Yeah, 1 toughness is kind of a giant liability, whether it's a 2/1 first strike attacking into you or people having 1/1 tokens from Epiphany or Spikefield Hazard. I'm going to give it a 2 as well.
All right, 2 hearts, 2 cannon keys. Next card, Path of Peril. 1 black sorcery. Destroy all creatures with mana value 2 or less. Cleaves for 6 mana. Destroy all creatures.
Yeah.
Personally, I am unexcited by this card. Yet I put it on the list because it is a card that I have received a few questions about from chat from time to time. And I think the premise is that it kills all the creatures from a Lurus deck so that it could be playable in Modern. But I kinda call bollocks on that. I don't think that's true. I don't think it can be really playable in Modern to kill a Lurus deck. It doesn't even kill the Lurus itself, etc. 6 mana sweeper, like a nice option to have in standard, but not even great here, and nearly irrelevant in Modern. You can also just play Dan.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that card's not very good. I don't have much to say. I think it's just too narrow, too expensive. Even has like white in the cleave costs, which is another downside. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, it can like occupy this like standard sideboard slot where like you put the infest cards against aggro decks sometimes in your deck. So like this is a kind of an infest. If the checking for CMC is better than checking for 2 toughness.
Yeah.
But the cleave like barely matters on this, I think.
Yeah.
So I would give it a 1, but that feels kind of too harsh. I'm gonna give it 2 for that infest utility. But for modern, it's a 1.
I'm really harsh as well. I'm gonna give it a 1. I feel like that card's just never gonna see play. It's just gonna debate people.
Try debated a few, given the the fact that I already had to bring it up. Sorin the Mirthless, 2 black, legendary Planeswalker Sorin. +1, look at top card, you may reveal and add it to your hand. If you do, lose life equal to its mana cost, -2. Make a 2 free black vampire token, flying and lifelink, -7, deals 13 damage, you gain 13 life. Any thoughts on starting the Mirthless for starting toughness?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good card. I don't think black really ever had a good 4-mana planeswalker. There were always these Liliana planeswalkers that are awkward and not super versatile, or kind of narrow cards. And this one, they finally gave black their 4-mana generic planeswalker of 4 starting loyalty, +1, draw a card, -2, get board presence, and then some pretty good ultimate, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty generic, but I guess what you said is true. Like they most often print Lilianas in black, and the Lilianas are mostly disruptive in their effects, or like making both players discard, or some stuff like that. Like the latest Liliana, the 4-mana one, whose name I don't remember, Waker of something. Sorry, they say Planeswalker that you can play if you just want to progress your board position. So it, for example, looks like way better out of an aggro deck to sideboard versus sweepers than Liliana would in a situation like that, because you're gonna like actually progress your position rather than like trying to bring them down with you when you discard your last card and they discard one of their 7 cards and you're like, damn.
Yeah. I don't know how to rate this card. I thought it looked pretty good at first, but I'm actually a little worried about the +1, the life loss. I feel like it's easy to overlook, but I'm worried the life loss is just gonna just be too big of a downside.
Yeah, the life loss probably makes it so that it's pretty hard to plausibly play it in the main deck. So probably like your like sideboard Planeswalker and not even in too many spots.
Yeah, I mean, what is like 2 on average is your average casting cost in a Magic deck? Maybe if you, obviously counting the lands.
It could be, I don't know. So two might be the average cost, and 2 is gonna be the average rate that cards receive from me, and so it's gonna do. Sorry, it's like an optimistic 2, but I'm trying to not get blinded. I tend to like give Planeswalkers a rate too high because they're Planeswalkers, and like I don't know.
So you're giving it generous 2? That's generous.
No, that's not generous. It's like kind of. I'm trying not to be too generous, because I would give it 3 for being a Planeswalker if I wouldn't remind myself of that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm on the fence between. Yeah, I thought that card was gonna be really good at first, but I feel like it's gonna get kind of ran over. The body's not. I think getting a 2 free lifelink is worse than getting rid of a creature. Obviously, as far as protecting the planeswalker go. gets burned down. It didn't get much. A lot. Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, let's be kind of a based 2 as well.
Like to me, it just seems like a planeswalker that could stay on the battlefield for a few turns, and I could still win against it.
Yeah, it almost looks like kind of a chase mythic of the set, but really we're just trashing it, giving it a 2. Okay, I'm gonna get it a 2 as well.
All right, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe Soren is going to end up ravaging the format, but I think it's unlikely. Voldaren Bloodcaster, undercard with 2 sides and way too much text to read. 1 black, flying. When it or another non-token creature you control dies, create a blood. Whenever you create a blood token, if you control 5 or more bloods, transform. And transform side is free flyer. Beginning of command of your turn, you may create up to 1 target blood token you control becomes a 2/2 black bat.
It's a better vampire interloper, as I like to call it.
Oh, it's not until end of turn. It just becomes a bat forever.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty nice, actually. And actually makes that more attractive in a way. Well, I don't know how big of a deal that is. In general, like I think the biggest obstacle for this card is the fact that they refuse to print good 1-drops for vampires, and it's gonna be hard to make an actual vampire aggro deck. But
yeah,
if it was possible, then it doesn't seem bad to me. A flyer with like potential to have some extra late game utility, either flipping or just creating the bloods when your stuff dies and letting you loot is pretty good. On the other hand, 5 bloods is super hefty, and like the backside is potentially debate because we might never see Bloodbath Summoner in a Magic the Gathering game ever. It might never flip like in any game on Arena ever.
Yeah, it looked kind of exciting at first, but yeah, I agree. It's really mediocre.
It's probably one of those cases where the amount of text debates you, and you keep reading, you're sucked into the story of the card, and then you want more, but like you realize there is no more.
Yeah, I don't have the best grasp on how easily you're creating blood tokens. It does seem like you're making them kind of easily, but I think there's some other good 2-drops too in Red Black Vamp. There's, I think, at least 2 cards I saw that I think are maybe better 2-drops.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
I think it would be like plausible to make 3 blood tokens, but 5 is a bit too hefty, especially if some of the cards want you to spend it. Yeah. I'll give it a 2.
I'm gonna give it a 1. I'm just gonna think it's just never gonna see play ever in any decent deck. So I'm assuming that was your last black card, because I had a few that you didn't mention.
No, there's 2 more that are out of order for some reason in the files. Say Blood Fountain. Black mana, artifact. ETB, create a blood token. 4 mana, tap, sack. Return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. This is a card that people ask me about for Modern. It is 1 mana, 2 artifact objects, 1 blood that lets you loot, and a discard outlet. So it like kinda matches up in like 5 different ways, matches up kinda well with Asmorano, Mardikara, Isina, Kudakar. Potentially. Can let you cast Asmorano as an artifact for Urza, can let you discard Daredevil, whatnot, whatever. There is like kind of many cross synergies, which might be interesting.
Yeah, it also just, honestly, the 4-sack ability in the deck was Lurrus, in a Lurrus deck. If you play that, it's not irrelevant. You know, some of the modern games are super grindy. So that card, yeah, it does a lot in many different ways. question is, are you actually going to want to put that card in any of your decks? I'm not saying the answer is no. I'm just saying, there's a lot of good cards in Modern.
Yeah, I think it's a hard sell to put this into a Lurus deck that's like based on card quality rather than synergy. It is an artifact for Delirium too, though. So it's a type of a card that like does a significant amount of small stuff that if it all adds up together in your deck, it's gonna maybe be worth a shot.
Yeah, exactly. If you use every bits of it, it might be good.
Yeah, it's like also 2 mana, 1 mana, 2 artifacts, like +2 power for Urza Saga constructs. Another thing that's gonna come up.
2 mana for Urza the creature, 2 mana for the 3 mana artifact. The kind of paradoxical outcome. What's the name? The statue, I think it's called.
Which statue?
I think it's 3 mana colorless artifact. You can tap artifacts to
Inspiring Statuary. Yes.
Yeah.
So be on the lookout of being able to use every part of the buffalo, as they say in the States.
Yeah, and it gives you two artifacts that you bounted with outcome. Is there any card in Magic that gives you 2 artifacts for 1 mana?
Any card in Magic that gives you 2 artifacts for mana.
For 1 mana. Or is it the first one?
It might be the first one. Nothing comes to mind. It's like all Trap Inspector, Gilded Goose, so those are creatures.
Yeah.
And this is like 2 artifacts for 1 mana. So yeah, if you enjoy Darksteel Relics, then you're gonna enjoy this. I'm gonna give it 3 out of 5. Like, I don't think it's super great, but I think it's gonna try to break in somewhere with variable results. I guess the chat mentions Underworld Cookbook, which is like 2 artifacts for 1 mana, and you would probably be playing Fountain in the Cookbook deck. There's also Affinity, like Thought Monitor. It just looks kind of tailor-made for the like Asmo deck that was there at the beginning, then died out for being too bad. Will this let it make a push in the format again? Oh, we'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it kind of want to be a believer. I'll give it a reasonable free yellow hat.
All right, free hats.
It's kind of these cards. It's either going to be a 1 or potentially a 5 in some decks. It's just yeah. What's the last card you had for black?
The last card in black is Blood Vial Purveyor.
Yeah.
Which I'll read in a second. 2 black, creature, vampire, flying, trample. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player creates a blood token. When it attacks, it gets +1/+0 for each blood token the defending player controls. Notably, the text that we see on the card is not the text of the card, because it gets +1/+0 for each blood token the defending player controls until end of the turn. It does not persist. So it's like a day 1 errata situation here. Day 0 nerf of the card. It is a pretty big dumb card, beater with a downside.
It does hit incredibly hard. It blocks gold. It blocks everything. It blocks Chard. It blocks Goldspan Dragon. It actually lives through 4 power creature plus Blizzard Roll, which is pretty much the case of no creatures, especially at that casting cost. And
it does feel like an anti-green card kinda for like a black deck in standard.
I mean, it blocks everything. Doesn't get Portable Hole. Like, how does white attack into it? I guess you have Brutal Cathar. Obviously, you have to kind of win the game fast because eventually they will, the blood tokens do add up. But yeah, no, that card might be. There's a bunch of 4 drops. There's Sorin. There's also Henrika Damnathi, but that might be the best one. That may be kind of the one that looks the least flashiest or the worst on at first sight out of the 3, but it might just be the most the one that lines up the best in the meta in the format.
Chad also says I survives burn down the house with the 6 point of toughness.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's even a main deck threat. Kinda would be wary of that because it dies to removal and even gives your opponent a small upside to the removal. But if there is enough things where it lines up, enough situations where it lines up super great, then it's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you play one, they can't attack. Boom, you attack. You play a second one, and that's like a two-turn kill and flying trample. Nothing they can do about it. They don't have removal. Yeah.
So what do you think?
I'm gonna give it 3.
Chat says it's fake flying. Really, why is it fake flying? I'm gonna give it 3. I think 3 sounds like a strong grade, good grade for the card. I will follow suit. And that's going to be the end of black cards.
Yeah, I had Enrica Damnathi, but I think it's probably worse than the Purveyor. It's the one of the mythic 4-drop vamp.
Yeah, we are at 2:30 hours. We are done with black cards, so we have 2 colors to talk about and a few gold and artifact cards.
Yeah.
Do you think? Sure, go on.
Yeah, green has very little though, and blood and golden artifact I don't think has a ton, but okay. Yeah, I had Enrica. I also had the Toxtril, the corrosive on my list. It's the 7-drop. I mean, it's a dumb 7-drop, but I feel like it does win you the game when you cast it against creature decks. I don't even remember exactly what it does, but yeah, I agree where it's going.
I've seen Toxtril, and the Toxtril has a dead giveaway too. The blue-black costing ability that's only here to make it a 2-color commander. And then I stopped reading. I also stopped reading because literally the text on the card was already, there was no more text on the card, but...
Okay. All right, let's move on, I guess.
Not a huge believer, but I wanted to maybe propose a quick break to grab something to drink and then resume with...
yeah, I agree.
Red cards.
I could use a break. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Me too, I'll run an ad break.
Stick around for the ad break chat.
All right. What's up? Chat and Gab.
I'm eating a carrot. It's really loud when I chew, so I'll let you start with the red cards.
All right. The first red card that we have before us, Alchemist Gambit, 1 red sorcery. Cleave, 7 mana. Take an extra turn after this one. During that turn, damage can be prevented. It's like the most random line as you could put. And then at the beginning of that turn's end step, you lose the game if you haven't paid the cleave cost. Exile Alchemist's Gambit. And this card brings us to a philosophical question, because obviously there's a time walker, like Epiphany decks are super good in standards, like the best decks or whatever, and they're playing time walks. In fact, they're sometimes combining time walks with the Galvanic Iteration, the copying spell. But that brings us to a philosophical question. Is Alrund's Epiphany good because it's a time walk? Or is it because it's good? Because the bears, for example, do something that's already, like casting Epiphany alone grants you an advantage that snowballs, that takes advantage from the fact that you're taking an extra turn. And it's the fact that it's, potentially a 6 mana card when foretold versus a 7 mana just time walk effects relevant. I think it is all relevant. I think there is not a 0% chance for Gambit to be played as a redundancy for the Galvanic Iteration, but I also think that it's more likely than not that this card sees no play in the end. Like, probably gonna see play at start, at first when like people put it in their decks because new card and like pattern matching brain wants you to put it in your deck because it's a time walk. But I'll be surprised if it actually like has staying power and it's actually much good for those decks.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the 7 mana cost is good. I think if it's display, it'll be the one or two offs in aggressive decks. And I don't think the 7 mana cost is good. I think the reason Epiphany was good is because you had the foretell cost, you had the 2 tokens, you remove either of these 2 conditions, and I don't think we see the same domination of Epiphany. So yeah, I think that card's just kind of whatever.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to combine iteration with a card, like much easier to combine with a 6 mana card than with a 7 mana card. So yeah, like expecting minor play and like less of it with time with Alchemist Gambit. I think it's kind of a debate. The Final Fortune part of the card for like, I don't remember really Final Fortunes being super playable anywhere besides like some memers who like to pair them with like Gideon emblems or like Platinum Angel effects.
Yeah, I remember playing 1 copy of Chance for Glory in white red aggro when it was History of Benalia. You had the 4 mana white red sorcery that makes 2 1/1s and I think gives haste +1/+1 to all your creatures. And I was kind of happy with the 1 copy. It was, you could play it, you could not play it, but the 1 copy was fine for me. And maybe that card will be the same thing.
Yeah, I'll give it 2 out of 5 for the like initial playability that's going to see in decks, but
yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's gonna fade out.
Yeah. I will give it a 1.
Did you say 1?
Yeah, I just don't think it's gonna see play in any reasonable list.
Right, Bad Cop, Bad Cop Gab.
Yeah.
Strikes again. Chat claims that Chance for Glory of Fires of Invention was crazy. Well, I have no such memories, but maybe some others do. Cemetery Gatekeeper. 1 red, creature, vampire, first strike. ETB, exile card from the graveyard. Notably, unlike the other cards, it only does that on ETB. Whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell which shares a card type with the exiled card, Cemetery Gatekeeper deals 2 damage to that player.
Yeah, as you say. I think the fact that it's a vamp and has first strike could make it relevant. I think you remove first strike, you give it a random creature tap, it's basically unplayable. Still doesn't seem that great to me though.
Yeah. There's like different uses of these cards in different formats, because in Modern, not always, well, I guess always, you can exile a card from your graveyard and then it houses your opponent, right? A player also deals damage to you. So, for example, like in Modern, you can rely on having a fetch land cracked by the time you are playing it, so you can pretty reliably set it on fetch lands. And then like you deal damage for every land that's being played, so like that's kinda akin to an Eidolon.
Okay, I didn't realize. Sorry, I didn't realize it was both players whenever a player plays. Oh wow, okay.
Me neither. Actually, I was surprised that it's both players. Like those new cards always bringing many surprises. The more you read into their abilities, while in Standard, you're kind of gonna have to rely. If you use this card, you're gonna rely more of its stat line, and this is more of a late game ability. But early in the game, there is hardly going to be cards in the graveyard. So when you play on turn 2, like especially in the play, like you probably won't have a card in the graveyard to exile.
Yeah, All right, let me read it again. Whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell, if it shares a card type with exile. Oh, but it's symmetrical in a bad way, right? That it's like a downside for you, for the players who plays it. Because for a second I thought that like you remove a land, and then when you play a land and when they play a land, they take 2 every time. But no, you take the damage.
No, they take the damage too.
Wait. Whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, Gatekeeper deals 2 damage to that player. So if you exile a land, when you play a land, you take 2.
Yes, but when they play land, they play 2. That player refers to the player who played the land or casted a spell earlier in this ability.
I thought it was just one-sided. It was like you exile a fetch land, and every time they play a land, they take 2.
No. When you exile a fetch land, every single time a player plays a land, they take 2 damage.
Yeah, so it's worse. It's worse than I thought it was. Yeah. Okay. No, that card's.
So like how? Let's start with how many hats do you give to the wording and general like clarity of this card?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me. I can't read, so I'm not gonna blame it on the card for that one.
Okay, I did get confused by it too, so I would give it like... I wouldn't give it 5 out of 5 for clarity. Like more closer to 3, because I think they're like a grizzly bear is easier to process and understand than this. But it's pretty harsh. We also like got it wrong with the first blue member of the cycle who couldn't exile, who couldn't play lands.
Yeah.
This one can play lands. So I mean, I think it's a decent 2-drop for like mono red and standards potentially. Kinda.
All right.
Probably if you make use of the type line.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 1. I think it's just not playable.
Wow. Give it a 2. I've had people ask me about whether it's like potentially applicable to Modern Burn, but I'd be surprised if it is.
Yeah, the problem is they just kill it and then they play their land.
Yeah.
And it dies to Ren and 6. It's
Yeah,
just
way to
bad.
dunk in there. Chandra, dress to
kill.
Ah, I couldn't read because it's covered on the card. One red.
Maybe it gets to Bill. She's just a count in Chandra.
It could be like Chandra dress to roll, TBH, with the way it's covered. Like, we don't know. +1, add red mana. Use 1 damage to one target player or planeswalker. +1, exile top card. If it's red, you may cast it this turn. -7, exile top 5 cards in your library. You may cast red spells from among them this turn. You get an emblem of whenever you cast a red spell. This emblem deals X damage to any target, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast a spell. Free starting loyalty. First, I have to say that this ultimate ability is way too complicated, and it's like not worth it. Reading it is not worth it, because given like how often you use an ultimate by planeswalker in a game, it's kind of a waste to make it that complicated. Second, it seems like a pretty solid, actually like very solid anti-control planeswalker out of aggro decks, but hardly a main deck card. It's really bad if the board isn't clear on your opponent's side.
Yeah. I think that card's just bad. I mean, maybe a little harsh, but I feel like the +1 doesn't really do anything. It has to live, and then the second +1, 2/3 of the time you're gonna break, and it's not that great. The ultimate, I guess, is probably fine. I stopped listening when you started reading the ultimate, and yeah, it looks like another one of these kind of mediocre planeswalker, but I'm not going to complain that they're not making the planeswalkers busted. So
yeah, it's kind of the same as Sorin, that like the role in which I can imagine that if somebody has like plenty of creature removal and sweepers and has a bit more trouble doing with planeswalker cyborg just in their aggro deck, like literally the same card.
Yeah.
And like, you know, the first +1, you add a mana ping for 1, that's like 2 minor effects, kind of whatever. The second ability is unreliable, so it gives you a card with a spell, and if you can cast it, so it's kind of a lot of ifs, so like it probably draws you a card half the time, but like roughly speaking. So it's kind of low value.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fine card, but when you compare it to what else you can play or what's going on in standard, I don't think it lines up very well with people playing a bunch of very efficiently costed creatures, and you know, it's a bit slow to take over against the Epiphany decks, maybe the control decks.
Yeah, it really needs a really passive opponent that kind of gonna let her ult, I assume, because we're not sure if the ult is even gonna win. Chad is saying something about Obosh red in Modern, but that deck barely exists to begin with, and I don't know, it seems that attractive to me. A planeswalker that hardly, you know, has 50% chance to do anything. Kind of a tough sell.
Have they heard of the card Seasoned Pyromancer?
Yeah, well, that sounds a bit better. All right, I wanted to give her a higher grade, but I'm gonna give her 2 out of 5.
Yeah, 2 is fine.
She is pretty cheap after all, so it's a great quality to have on a planeswalker, but Creepy Puppeteer. This card I was on the fence if to even include it. I feel it's a card that you're gonna give one hat without discussion. For mana haste, whenever it attacks, if you attack with exactly one other creature this combat, you may have that creature base power and talents become for free until end of turn. For me, it's not unimaginable for red aggro to kind of want to play that. Haste threats are pretty potent, and this can like equate to be more than 4 haste power. It can be like even like 6 haste power probably.
Yeah.
In some spots.
No, I agree. I think that card could be good. I think it's kind of cool in maybe a white-red deck was the tokens from Aspirant. It's base for free, so that's a lot of damage. Also, Innkeeper into that, attack for 8.
Which Innkeeper? Oh, the Innkeeper, the Prosperous Innkeeper. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
It's kind of all in, but it can hit super hard, and it could be better than the dragon people play. You know, the 2-of dragon people play. The
Moonveil Dragon.
Yeah, Depraz had 2 copies, I think, in his Teamer Treasure deck. I'm not saying it's gonna see play, but
it's not Moonveil Dragon, but some other dragon.
I think it's not impossible. It's incredibly hard. It's just super glass cannon.
Yeah, and kind of narrow too, because like it needs to attack exactly one other creature, so like not always gonna be relevant. Although if you're attacking with like 4 creatures, and like probably gonna be okay.
Yeah, exactly.
One notable anti-synergy with other card that Depra played. With casting Naturalis, you're gonna have to attack Naturalis first, and it's gonna be awkward to play a haste creature post-combat.
That's true.
I think I can give it free. That's kind of generous. And oftentimes, like, I'm kind of confused as to whether I have to give 2 or 3 to the card, so I choose half at random. But
it has decent creature types too. Human rogues, you never know.
Yeah.
I'll give it a free too.
Gamble. Right. 3 out of 3. Creepy Puppeteer. Best red card so far.
Well, we did skip the reprint of Abrade, but yeah.
Well, okay. So far. Abrade definitely compares favorably. Dominating Vampire, 3 mana Vampire. ETB, gain control of target creature with mana value less or equal number of vampires controlled the end of turn. On top, it gains haste, 3/3. Notably, it can target itself. So if you have 2 if you carve a vampire into a vampire, you have a 3/3 haste for free on turn 3. Probably entirely reliant on like vampires being a deck, which I'm not a huge believer in.
Yeah, and even if it is, I'm not sure this one makes the cut. It's not quite a obligator. It's not super reliable. I think this card's just bad.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't even doesn't reliably give haste to itself. And I thought, well, baseline 3/3 haste is pretty good, but it doesn't because it can't target itself unless you only have 2 vampires. All right, I'll give it a 1 because after further inspection of my thoughts, it doesn't attract me.
1 as well.
Yeah, not so dominating probably, despite what the name suggests. Andy Festivities. A very minor card, but I thought worth bringing up. Red mana, 1 damage to each opponent, each creature and planeswalker they control. Ever since I've seen Blazing Volley in a sideboard of a blue-red Delver deck in a Legacy GP in 2016 or something, I feel obligated to mention like the card existing when a straight-up better version gets printed.
Yeah, it even has puppies on the art.
So it's like very minor, but...
Yeah, I agree. I had that card on my list too. You should mention it.
Yeah.
Mention it, give it a 2, move on.
Exactly. So it receives a 2 from me and from you.
Blazing Volley, so a tiny bit of play in Last Standard. Levy had it in the sideboard of his Magda Gruul deck for the mirror matches.
I haven't played this one, the Magda Gruul mirrors, because that was the time when they kicked me from the MP already. Flame Blessed Bolt, red mana, instant. Deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If that creature or planeswalker would die this turn, exiled instead.
Yeah, another strict upgrade, right?
Yeah, Magma Spray plus. And
can I get some Fs in chat for Magma Spray?
It wasn't too long when I've seen some Magma Sprays in Pioneer sideboards, so goodbye Magma Spray and welcome Flame Blessed Bolt. Slightly better
Pioneer.
because it's planeswalkers.
Historic sideboards too.
So I give it 2. I assume you give it 2 too.
For a card like Strictly Better, yeah, 2 is good. Yeah.
I mean, it's literally the same case as the card we talked about a minute before, the one of the dogs.
Yeah, except that one might see more play.
Yeah, Magma Spray is slightly better overall than Blazing Volley, I think. Chad is saying that this one is distressing. Magma Spray is an easy and memorable name. Now I have to remember Flame Blessed Bolt. Yeah, it is kind of lost, like, you know, the iconic names, Magma Spray, Lightning Bolt, versus whatever else. Classic Wolf Rider, red mana, creature, Human Knight, Menace, 3 mana tap, exile 3 cards from your graveyard, create a 3/2 red wolf creature token. 1/2. Most disappointing part of the card being a 1/2. So pretty hard to go aggressive with 1 power 1-drops. On the other hand, they barely give us 2 power 1-drops in red. What do you think?
I was wondering what compelled you to put that card on the list.
Well, it's a 1-drop with an upside. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, okay. It is.
Like Flameblade Charger, right? It's a card that people... Flameblade Charger? What's the name of the 1 mana 1/1 that dies into pinging for its power?
Oh, yeah. I guess that's a good
Fire
point.
Blades.
I guess.
So, like,
right,
you know, when
yeah.
people need to, they play 1 power 1-drops.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay.
And that's what compelled me. That's what I'm saying that in my defense.
No, yeah. Okay, I agree.
And, you know, if you want to just have a body for your puppeteer to turn into a 4/3, a menace 4/3, mind you, that is a card that's up for that job.
Yeah.
Me, myself, I'm giving it 2 out of 5, but a very non-generous one.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 1 still.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it is pretty lame. Like, it is... The ability is kind of a pipe dream and not really existing. Mana form Hellkite, 4 mana flying. When you cast a non-creature spell, create a XX Red Dragon Illusion with haste. For X amount of mana spent, and exile at the beginning of the next end step.
Yeah.
Yes, another card here. I see like your facial expression.
No, I mean,
scared.
It's fine. It feels like on the same power level as the Regent.
Yeah.
Has the same stats and almost same casting cost, a little harder to cast, I guess. And the ability is arguably better or worse than a Regent. And the Regent already didn't see a ton of play.
Definitely more like aggressively slanted. Sometimes for, not always, but sometimes the 4 mana 4/4 dragons make it here if like flying is super good or something.
Yeah, I feel like I maybe like it better was maybe if you have like a couple of burn spells in hand that basically doubles the damage your burn spell deal. Or,
yeah, because they have flying too, the illusions.
Yeah, I guess not doubled because your burn spell, what? It's a lightning strike, so it's +2 damage on a lightning strike or +1 damage on a shock. Yeah.
And there's probably also some people who like dream of combining it with Epiphany, so you get a 7 power attack and you like kill a person immediately. But for the most part, you like kinda, maybe not that often, but you kill people with the Epiphany quite often.
Yeah, it could be okay with. I don't know how it's gonna like play out with Chariot.
It's a card for racing, certainly.
You do get a token if you get that dragon into Chariot, but you probably want to play Chariot first almost always, just because if they have a removal spell, you kind of have to. So it's kind of awkward there. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 2.
Yeah, 2 feels like a proper 8 because it is like a creature that dies to removal. All things considered, before you can gain your value a decent portion of the time. But there is like a promise of some, well, value. Vampire's Vengeance. 3 mana instant, 2 damage to each non-vampire creature, create a blood token. Random like small upside sweeper for like a specific deck, or can just be used as a small sweeper for a control deck, unless there is many vampires, small vampires being played, because then it becomes bad.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, if Vamp is good, that could be the card that gives you the edge in the creature matchups. Could be a big deal. You need Vamp to be good, and you need that card to be good in Vamp. That's asking for a bit, but I had that card on my list too. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, if Vamp is good, then you play it in Vamps. If Vamp is bad, then you can play it outside of Vamp instead of Cinderclasm if you prefer it.
Yeah, because green gets like Blizzard Brawl, white just has tons of good cheap creatures. You get maybe Portable Hole or Cathar, and that's kind of Vamp's anti-creature card they get access to. It's hard to know.
Yeah, so I give it 2.
Yeah, let's give it a 2.
Because that's just the truth of Magic the Gathering. Most of the cards are average minus. Also, there's an easier cost than Cinderclasm. Like 2 red instead of 1 red. If you want to kick it. Volatile Arsonist, 5 mana, Menace Haste. When attacks, it deals 1 damage to 1 creature, planeswalker, or player. And on the second side, Menace Haste, 5/5. When attacks, it deals 2 damage. Probably hard for like a 5 mana haster to compete with Goldspan Dragon, but it is a haster that does pack a punch, as they say. It hits for a bit more damage. When it flips, it hastes for 7 damage. It's a pretty hefty attack.
Yeah, it does that. It gives you. It makes you think about. Potentially playing it over Goldspan Dragon's a good sign, right? You're not like, oh, this is clearly going to be always worse than Goldspan Dragon. So that's just even in the discussion. No, it's well costed. It does a lot. It hits hard. The werewolf deck is not terrible. The red green werewolf deck or Naya werewolf deck.
Yeah, there's like a lot of haste that you could play in this deck too right now. With the, what's the name of the 3 mana werewolf with haste? Reckless Stormseeker. So like that. In general, having haste is, I view it as a positive thing for aggro decks, and having a lot of haste also works well together because it gives you like naturally good insurance against sweepers, etc.
Yeah.
So I think Arson is not entirely out of discussion. Especially since when I played red aggressive decks in like some standards with Goldspan Dragon available, Goldspan Dragon it does shine with like blue cards but it doesn't really. It's kind of disappointing, and it was kind of disappointing in Gruul often to me, or like some decks like that where you couldn't take the advantage of those treasures to cast interaction that well. Also, you can ping monsters, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, I almost want to. I was gonna give it a 3. I'm tempted to give it a 4. Let's see. Red, green, werewolf in standard. 2 damage. I mean, I'm still gonna give it a 3, but
it's not very reliable to like have them be flipped from like what I played. I played very little, but the night bounce happens fairly rarely, so I would mostly be looking at the first side. I'm gonna give it 3.
Yeah, I mean, it could never see play. It could be the staple 5-drop and end up being a 4, 4.5.
Yeah, but there's pretty stiff competition at 5 drops.
If you even want 5 drops in your aggressive drop, aggressive decks.
Exactly. Right,
I had a couple of red cards on him mentioned. There was a Braid, but we know what a Braid does, and Chariot, etc. There was Curse of Hospitality, kind of potentially. Maybe I was thinking maybe a sideboard card against a control deck. It basically turns every one of your creatures into a must kill.
Whenever a creature deals combat damage to another player, that player exiles the top card of their library until the end of turn. That creature's must kill?
I mean, basically, if you're playing a control deck and they put the curse on you, every time a 1/1 or a 2/2 deals damage to you, it basically draws them a card. So
it draws them a card from your control deck, so like it draws them like removal sweepers, and you're like, damn.
I guess so. I don't know.
Seems way too dank for me to.
All right, next.
But there's one card that I didn't mention, and I wanted to mention.
Got shut down, chat.
Voldaren Epicure.
Oh yeah, I missed that card too somehow. I probably saw 1/1 coming for 1 right and just moved along whenever I went through the list.
I ignored it, but it is the Thriber Inspector of Blood tokens, I guess. So yeah, red mana, 1/1 vampire, ETB deals 1 damage to each opponent, and then you create a blood token. So if you like can utilize bloods, or if you can utilize discard outlets, then this is potentially worthwhile. Or if you can utilize game objects, like again, like 2 objects for 1 card, always a bit better than like bit better than it looks potentially.
With that card's not good enough for Dredge, right? For modern Dredge.
No, it's probably not. It's like worse than Neonate.
Yeah,
assuredly it's not. And Neonate is not played because it's worse than the Adventure Haggle card, which is also not played much right now. So this is like many layers.
It looks Ragavan. That card is cool. Potential playable 1-drop for Vamp.
Yeah, I complain about vampires not getting 1-drop. So like if this is a 1-drop that vampires wants to play just because it's a body plus the bloods for the synergies, then vampires actually does have 1-drops, but a 1/1 for standard for 1, it's still a 1 mana 1/1, which is kind of lame.
Yeah.
You have a rate in mind for this?
I mean, it's either a 1 or 2. Is it good enough for Vamp? It's going to see play 1 damage. Kind of triggers also the Vamp abilities down the line, even if you're not able to attack. You play the Florian on turn 3, and then assuming you can't attack on turn 4, you still get to play that. See the top card of your deck, play the Florian. I don't know, man. You go first. I'm just gonna copy whatever you do.
I'm gonna give it a 2.
All right, let's give it a generous too.
All right. And now we're moving to green. Ascendant Pack Leader, green creature wolf. ETBs with a counter if you control a permanent with 4 or greater, mana value 4 or greater. When you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, put a counter on the Pack Leader. 2/1. Any opinions?
Yeah, I had that card in my top 5. And then it might still be. I actually had Sorin in my top 5, and after reviewing the set and thinking about it more, we didn't even give it free star, so or free hat, sorry. I think that card's really good. Green had no 1-drops, and it's a decent one. It's not amazing, but 2/1 on 1 that grows later in the game. It's a little bigger. And yeah, just a general lack of good 1-drops for green might make that card really good. It might give you the extra hit, velocity, I guess you needed. It's also makes the werewolf maybe easier to trigger on turn 3. Maybe it was a pump spell, or you could go turn 1 this, turn 2 werewolf, turn 3 blizzard brawler creature, attack, draw a card if you're not drawing them. It does have like little tension was Kazandu Mammoth. You were in some ways in a lot of these green decks were okay not having too many 1-drops because it gave you a chance to play that land on turn 1. But I think it's a really good card. In this specific form, maybe in a vacuum it wouldn't be amazing, but it's kind of what green was lacking a bit. So it's not the most amazing card, but could do the job.
I think your evaluation is spot on. It is not the it's not like the greatest in the vacuum, but it does like fill a pretty gaping hole in a deck that already exists, and that seems to me like it would really enjoy this type of an effect because it's a 1-drop and it's a good 1-drop, and it's a good aggressive 1-drop in general for the mono green deck. So I think it's probably like one of the more impactful cards from the set for standard, at least like in the immediate sense. And it's not a like dead top deck. Like a 3/2 creature is pretty respectable on board. It's not a blank. Pretty significantly better than a 2/1.
Yeah.
So I like it quite a bit.
Yeah, as a wolf type.
What is that relevant for?
It's a little tricky to play 1-drops in, for instance, Naya Werewolf in Standard, but you have the red-green free drop that draws you a card whenever a wolf or werewolf deals damage to an opponent. There's a couple downsides to being a wolf, I think, but mostly there's marginal upsides.
Yeah, it can trigger Tovolar, Dire Overlord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think it's a really good card for standard and really impactful.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I can give it a 5. This will be the first 5 that I give, like very skimpy with this review, but nothing excited me as much. Do you think it's too high, or do you think that could be appropriate?
I think it's a 5 if mono green is tier 1, and so it's relative.
It's kind of depends on.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 4.
The 5 is a bit of a gamble, I agree, but I have faith in the wolf.
For that card to be a 5, you need green to be the either the best deck in standard or one of the 3 best rock paper scissors deck, which it kind of was, but I was hearing that green was a bit falling off, and it was all about blue red turns in standard because or blue black now, etc. So yeah, it's close.
Next card, Avabrook Caretaker, 6 mana, hexproof. Beginning of combat, put 2 counters on another creature you control. In the backside, hexproof. Everything you have has hexproof. Beginning of combat, put 2 counters on each creature control. 6/6. What do you think?
Yeah, honestly, I must have barely read it. It looked just expensive, kind of whatever, but I mean, it does a lot, I guess, and it has hexproof. You know, the most hated word in Magic.
Everything has hexproof when you flip her,
Yeah,
which is kind of sizable. Yeah, I don't think it's a great card by any means. Like, it's not really like a Carnage Tyrant or anything like that, but it's could see it being played as a way to break like games in creature mirrors that stall. Like, for example, I'm not sure if it's like better or worse than the enchantment that people sometimes play in their mono green decks for the mirror. I could see it being better, I could see it being worse. It's a 6 mana creature, which is pretty hefty cost, but it like has hexproof, so that means it doesn't die to anything. And it kind of makes like Bristle Brawls, etc. worse.
I mean, if somehow it's night when you cast it, you probably just win the game, right?
Yeah. Although you need to have a werewolf before that. Some difference.
Yeah, you need it to be night. You need to put 6 mana cards in your probably what is an aggressive deck, so
Which is why it's like a sideboard.
Yeah.
Mirror Breaker, which results in a 2 out of 5 Volcanicus on my end.
Let's give it a two yellow head as well here.
Cartographer Survey, 4 mana, sorcery, look at the top 7, grab 2 lands, put them on the battlefield tapped. I'm not sure if I'm correct, but I think it's like the first, probably one of the first, or if the first, what's the name of this effect?
Explosive
vegetation that can grab lands like past basics or like past just like mana producing lands. Is that right? Do you remember any other?
I think there was one that maybe got Gilgates and basics.
Yeah, but that's still like just mana producing. Well, I guess you could use Gilgates for like other purposes, but well, this can get like Sagas, Dark Depths, Valakuts, whatever else you would be dreaming of getting. It would be good. I think it could be more interesting if Field of the Dead was a card.
Yeah.
That was legal anywhere.
You think that card could see playing Titan?
So it's probably kind of a tough sell, like red-green Valakut type Titan in an actual Amulet Titan. Probably not.
Yeah, maybe in red-green Valakut. I thought the 5 mana card was always kind of sweet, the one that
Out of Promise.
Zombies. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like a cheaper Out of Promise, but you're not guaranteed.
Yeah. I don't think that card's going to be necessarily very good for standard decks, just as a RAM card.
Yeah, just as a RAM card is pretty whatever, but it's like kind of, well, it's not a very good card. It's a card that I put in the review to like highlight the fact that it's kind of a unique take on an effect that we had available in the past, and that's not necessarily going to be playable, but it very well might be, which is why I give like so many 2 out of 5s, because I bring up many cards like this.
Yeah, make red-green Titan great again. Yeah, okay, I'll give it a 2 as well. I kind of overlooked that maybe the modern potential.
Chad asks if we think it's playable in standard though. Well, if you want an explosive vegetation, then you're gonna play it, but like it's kind of a wash. It's kind of the same effect and like doesn't It's not different than a vegetation in standard. Cemetery Prowler. 1 green, vigilance, creature wolf. ETB or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card type they share with cards exiled with Cemetery Prowler. 3/4. What do you think, Gab?
I mean, it's probably worse in standard than the free drops you have right now. I think if anything, maybe it could see more play in older formats because of the ability, but it just seems a little weak overall.
Yeah, it seems kind of OP for the older formats because it's pretty expensive at that point, and then like it's a cost reducer that's pretty expensive, which doesn't make much sense. It is true that. Sure, go on.
I was just gonna say, it feels like you need to get lucky to gain a decent advantage from the passive, the one that reduces the casting cost of spells.
That's true. It's also like kind of unfortunate in standard that it matches up like so badly. The like 3/4 body matches up so well against the 4/4 body. Versus of the Old Growth Troll, and like also Kazandu also attacks through it, etc., etc. Yeah. Seems like very, very unexciting, and probably hard to justify playing over other existing options. And just like kind of overall, there is little that draws me towards wanting to play this card, I would say.
Yeah.
It's this type of a card.
Yeah. I think I'm just going to give it a 1. I just don't think it's ever going to see play anywhere.
All right.
Despite the fact it's kind of a good card, you know, it's like okay, but just
yeah, it's kind of pushed stat-wise, but like doesn't actually do anything, and it's not pushed enough stat-wise.
Yeah, it's missing like a point of power or trample. I don't even know. Draw a card when it deals damage.
I give it a 1 out of 5 too, because you really opened my eyes to this card's faults, and I was about to say no, it's a 2 out of 5. It's like it's fine, chat, but it's not fine. Cultivator Colossus, 7 mana, green, creature, plant, beast. Trample, power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. When it ETBs, you may put a land from your hand tapped. If you do, draw a card and repeat this process. The reason why this one was brought up is because some of the Amulet gamers believe, or rather some of the Twitch chat users believe it's like an Amulet card. I think that belief is mainly based upon a fake, or rather failure of understanding of the card, because it doesn't let you untap the lands from Amulet of Vigor as they enter float mana and replay the bounce land, because, well, it's one, like, you need to resolve the effect, you don't get to bounce your bounce lands before that, so it doesn't actually draw your deck with a semi-growth chamber.
So basically you added that card to the list to call out people for being idiots. That's the only purpose.
Well, I wouldn't say idiots, but I would rather say that I'm wanting to clear up an understanding.
All right.
And you can draw every land in your deck with like abundance in play, but like who plays abundance, right?
Right.
But it doesn't work with Amulet.
Yeah.
So for actual uses in Constructed, I give it a 1 out of 5 because I think it has no uses.
Me too.
All right.
It's like canisters, like, oh, we're already 2.5 hours in at, whatever red, or also canister brings up totally unplayable card just to.
I had things to say about this card.
No, I'm joking. It's fine.
Dig up. Green mana, cleave, 4 mana, 2 black. Set your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. and cleave, search your deck for a card, put into hand, then shuffle. What do you think?
I think it's not gonna see play. I actually thought Golgari was halfway decent in standard, but I think it's kind of tricky to always play it on turn one, because if you're playing 2 colors in standard, you probably need to play a few lands that come into play tapped. So you don't have the kind of optimal number of untapped green source on turn one to cast it on turn one. And then 4 mana for Diabolic Tutor is not very good of an effect. And even just playing Dig Up it's never free, to play this card. It costs you the 1 mana, it messes up your curve, and I don't think that card's good.
Yeah. I already talked about tutors in general in Magic when we talked about the Exile 13 card. And the question that Dig Up poses is, does having access to Diabolic Tutor, like the 10% of times you want to cast it over Lay of the Land, justify playing Lay of the Land in your deck? I guess like that's kind of the question that this card poses. And I think the answer is probably not, because Diabolic Tutor kinda sucks overall, right?
Yeah.
This kind of like dual use card would be suited for playing it in a like more mid-range or controlish decks, and like in those decks the tutors are hardly that good anyways for the like mana you have to pay for it.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember when Diabolic Tutor was ever good. I think I played it in Standard Battle of Wits. I actually played Standard Battle of Wits at Worlds one year. I thought the deck was good. I was winning a lot. Was it on Magic Online? And I want to say it was played in the Cabal Coffers, Mono Black. I think it was the standard version, the block version. I guess it's not a block card. I think it saw play at some point too in maybe a standard. So it has been played in the past, but it was
Well,
a
but
long time ago.
that's way a long time ago, and the Cabal Coffers was how many years ago, right? And think the like cards are overall getting better than they were in the past, and like the way in which they get better is often that they're good because they're efficient. I think more so than they are good because they have powerful effects. I don't know if you agree with like that, and that is something that makes tutors weaker, not stronger.
Yeah, I think this card's just too slow, just costing you too much tempo at every step of the every point of the game.
I give it 1 out of 5.
Yeah, me too. I think it's just a trap.
I think it's gonna trap some folks, but not if they watch the Canister feed Yellow Hats set review.
Exactly.
Hamlet Vanguard, 3 mana creature, human warrior, war 2, ETBs with 2 counters for each other non-token human you control, 1/1. I think this card is not very good, but I had an important thing to say about it again. Namely, I get kind of like annoyed whenever they print those like tribal whatever effects into the void. They rarely print enough tribal support of the same tribe to make a standard deck nowadays. But the cards are also not of the quality where you could use them in like older formats. So I don't know, that probably means that they are for casual players and EDH gamers. So they're just not for me, and it triggers me a little bit.
Yeah. This tough one. I don't think, as you said, it's gonna have enough support for standard. We talked about, if a creature costs 3 or more, it needs to have a come into play effect. Ward 2 is somewhat of a come into play effect. It doesn't just die to a removal for cheap. Is it good enough for modern? It hits hard, but it's probably worse than Mantis Rider or Spellbinder or whatnot.
Well,
So
the problem is that it's like the floor is a 3-mana 1/1, right?
yeah, it basically feel like it leaves you with white green historic, right? White green humans historic. It's one of the best decks. I don't know if it's quite tier one, but there's a good deck in historic that's basically mono white humans splashing for company, and this is potentially 5/5 or 2 on turn free. If you hit it of a company, can be 7/7 9/9. Who knows? It's hard. It hits hard, but it has tough competition. The white free drops you play in those decks have come into play effects, Spellbinder, Ranger of Eos, etc. This just dies to a sweeper, and you got nothing out of it. So I know people were pretty excited about that card. I think it's gonna fall short.
Yeah, like collected company is a good point. It can actually like be a big statted creature, like kind of maybe bigger than you expect from company. So like that's one upside where it's okay, but besides that, it's a source of anger for me.
Yeah.
What's your rate?
I'm still going to give it a 2.
All right. Oh, I'll give it a harsh one because I have no sympathy for cards that induce only negative feelings in me.
All right.
Opaque Piper, 4 mana, can be countered, 2 mana tap, put a creature card from your hand in the battlefield. If it's a wolf or werewolf, untap Piper, activate on as a sorcery. 2/2. On the backside, ETBs or transforms, look at top 6, you may grab a creature. 4/4. What do you think?
Whenever this creature is entered the battlefield or transforms, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card among them and put it into your hand. So you play it. If you get to activate it, you put a wolf, you untap it.
Oh, we get raided by Waffle Tapper. Thank you for the raid, Waffle.
Why did you put that? I don't see it, but I might be missing something.
Yeah, I'm not sure, TBH, honestly. You can put a creature, so it could be any creature, but like the front side is not a playable card. The back side, you have a 4 mana 4/4 ETB dig 6 for a creature, can be countered. The backside is not too bad, but as we said, the backside is pretty sus, pretty hard to consistently get to.
Yeah.
So I think this card would be pretty great if it had no front side. I guess it would have no cost either, so you'll need to cascade into that.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 1.
Alright. And 1 out of 5 for actual constructed. It does a bit, feel like maybe like some EDH bait. Next card, Exclusive Taxidermist. 2 mana Human Druid. Gets +3/+2 as long as there are 4 more creature cards in your graveyard. Add 1 mana of any color, 1/2. Interesting for a mana dork to be able to be a 4/4 creature in the late game. At the same time, 4 creature cards in your graveyard. It's a hefty cost that is hard to get there without milling. Do you think it's better or worse than the Snow Mana Dork? What's the name of that card?
Yeah, I think it's worse.
Sculptor of something?
Sculptor of Winter, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that card's just worse. Doesn't count as a snow permanent for Blizzard Brawl, and also on tapping a land, sometimes you get the extra mana from you have a land with the troll on it, gives you an extra mana.
Yeah, there is probably the upside of the taxidermist is lower and harder to get to, but it is a promising one. Overall, I think it goes behind Sculptor of Winter, like in the existing context of Standard. For now, I'll give it 2.
I'll give it a 1.
And the last card, this one is actually interesting to me. Ulvenwald Oddity, 2 green, creature beast, trample haste. 7 mana, transform, 4/4. And the backside is 8/8, trample haste. All their creatures you control get +1/+1 and have trample and haste. So this is a second coming of Questing Beast. What do you think, Gab?
I was on the fence. I don't think it's very good. It's not strictly worse than Questing Beast, obviously, because of the trample. It doesn't line up very well against Chariot, which is a problem.
That's true. It lines up kind of super badly, like mirrors of green aggressive decks.
There's a lot of the red removal that deals 4 damage, like Demon Bolt, so the stats aren't that great. And the 7 mana transforms, a little expensive and ambitious. I don't think that card's gonna see play.
It is pretty ambitious. 7 mana is a hefty cost, and there were ways to spend mana from my experience. I'm a big fan of haste tribal decks. Like, I don't know, it's just kind of something that I want to build. Maybe, as you can tell by the fact that every single creature with haste is on the review list.
I feel like it would be good if you could also cast it as 7 mana. I'm not even sure it would be good enough, but if it had the transform ability and you could also cast it for 7 mana, if you draw it, and that would make it more appealing, way more appealing.
Yeah, chat says that if you think your opponent has Demon Ball, you can just wait until you have 11 mana. So that's something. I think it's I don't know, like, what do you think about sideboarding a card like this in like mono green, and then you can board it against sweeper decks? Haste threat.
Yeah, I don't think it's good enough as a haste threat, but I guess people were playing the Frog Hemoth in Standard. It's 4/4 haste for 5, and it exiles cards and gets counters and stuff. So maybe it's not that big of a stretch, honestly, to have a card like that in your sideboard. The 1 mana difference is pretty huge.
Yeah, to me the card. To me the card seems pretty attractive, like, because I am a fan of haste tribals.
It is kind of good too as Unnatural Growth, the 5 mana enchantment, because it has trample.
True.
So if you curve that into the enchantment and they don't mess with you, it's a lot of unblockable damage.
Or if you just deploy the enchantment and then, like, any turn you can play Ulvenwald Oddity and hit for a lot of damage. I'm giving it a 3.
Alright, I was going to give it a 1, but I'll give it a 2.
1 seems super. Well, I'm giving it a 3, so obviously 1 looks super low to me, but damn.
Now, the fact you brought up the sideboard, and I remember that people played Frog Hemoth, and it was not totally embarrassing, so it's fair.
Alright, now we have an actual interesting effect. Eruf, Tormented Prophet, 3 mana, 2/4. If you draw a card, exile top 2 cards from the library instead, you may play those cards this turn. What are your thoughts?
That card did not look very good to me, but I'm willing to be open-minded and listen.
Well, it is a 3 mana dice to removal type effect that needs to stick to do effects, and it is not even necessarily clear. Oh no, it's not even that exiling cards to be able to play them. This instead is straight up better than drawing them. So I can see your point being made with those things in mind. Could this enable some combos in like some way? Probably not really, like not. It's a creature, and the way like combos are constrained, typically more often gonna be mana than cards, and it's not even the best at getting the cards.
Yeah, you haven't really sold me.
I have sold myself to like lower my expectations of this. Yeah, I just read somewhere or heard some talk about this card being kind of good, and I was like, well, the switch in the head was good card, and like I thrown into the review, but like thinking about this closer in practice, it seems like it has very low ability to break through. Probably gonna be a probably a commander legendary creature, as we see.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. They make these card legends. I mean, it used to be that you made card legends because they were a bit maybe too good and you didn't want people to. It was kind of a restriction, and now they probably make these cards legendary because of commander. And at least if it's, I mean, if ever that card was to be good, it's so relevant that it's not a legend and that you can play one and then play another one. I mean, sure, 2/4 is not the greatest body, but it still matters that you can just keep playing.
Yeah,
them.
that's true. It's kind of bad with legendary. Thankfully, in Commander, you never can run into this problem, so let's leave this for the Commander players.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 1 as well, in case it wasn't clear.
Also, because Chad is sometimes asking if this review is going to be uploaded to YouTube, and you were planning to upload it to your YouTube, is that correct?
Yeah, I am. Maybe break it down if you can do that for me breaking down in colors, because I don't know if anyone's going to want to watch a 5-hour video of a set review, but maybe breaking down in colors or something. We'll see. But yeah, I was planning on uploading on my YouTube page. And do you not have your VODs available to non-subs?
I do not have them available for non-subs on Twitch.tv. I do have them available on my Canister VODs channel on YouTube. After a few days, they got uploaded here, available to be viewed by all. Next card, Kaya, Geist Hunter, 3 mana. +1, creatures you control gain death touch until end of turn.
Canister literally didn't even read the card. He saw it was a mythic planeswalker and he put it on the list.
Yes.
Sorry, I let you read it and realize that, yeah.
But to put a counter on up to 1 target creature you control, -2, you make double tokens this turn, -6. Exile all cards from all graveyards and create a spirit for each card exiled this way. They are so bad. This planeswalkers nowadays, they're so bad. Like, just like so much text, so little substance. What is the meat in this card? It's all potatoes.
Dude, it's awful.
Well, we also have a rating for like maybe situations like this. That's so special. No, you're spot on with your analysis again, Gab. Mythic Planeswalker, into the review it goes.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
The cards are so bad. Like you thought the previous 3 mana Kaya, they're like Orzhov Usurper doesn't do anything, but it kind of does at least. Olivia Crimson Bright, 6 mana, Flying Haste. You see the keyword haste again. Made me pay attention to this card. 3/4. When it attacks, return creature card from your graveyard tapped and attacking, and the returned creature gains when you don't control a legendary vampire. Exile it for good. Thoughts? When I look at this, I see essentially through the breach.
Yeah, it's extremely powerful. I don't know how you build a deck around it. Yeah.
What's like the biggest? Is there like some kind of a POG card that you can return in standard with this?
Chad's gonna have to help me. I don't think so.
Cultivator Colossus. Or the Huge Horror. I don't know what's the Huge Horror. It's Glorious Vengeance, sir. No, it's not Glorious Vengeance. The creature stays on the battlefield until Olivia dies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be because she's gonna die oftentimes, but not by itself.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see it as a one-off. You got some red-black mid-range John type of deck, and it's kind of the top of your curve, and it does stuff. It's pretty powerful, but
Oh yeah, also the restriction is like that the creature gets exiled if there is no legendary vampire, so it doesn't have to be Olivia. You can have Florian in play still,
yeah.
or whoever to do stuff. But yeah, like of course, a very tough sell, like 6 mana cards with kind of more question marks that can kind of be dealt with a removal spell even after it attacked sometimes, unless you return something that's very attractive. I guess the good targets then are legendary vampires, because then there's no downside.
Good targets are. Yeah, that's a good point. If you bring back another legendary vampire, it's harder for them to break the chain.
Yes. All right, what would be your rate for this card?
Is it gonna see? I mean, if you're playing red black vamp, you might just play one, go over the top. Oh.
It's super expensive for like an aggressive context, so that's
I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it a generous 2.
Yeah, let's give it a 2. Let's give it a 2.
You might build your Vamps deck as a more kind of grindy style of deck. It does kind of work with blood tokens and some. I don't know. It could be a playable one of. It's not totally memey.
I think it's a little bit, but not totally.
Yeah.
Drana, the last Blood Chief. Whenever Drana, the last Blood Chief attacks, defending player chooses a non-legendary creature card in your graveyard. Oh. So they cannot bring back each other. Torrents. Fist of the Angels. 1 green-white. Human Cleric Training. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a green-white human soldier creature token of training. 2/2. What do you think of the Monastery Mentor for creatures?
It's fine card, just as competing with just too many good cards. There are just so many of these cards. And for standards, I mean, even just if you take standard, it's competing with too many cards, I think, to be good.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because the like premise doesn't really work here, because like with Mentor, like you're gonna play Mentor, you're gonna like untap, play cantrips, do stuff, or like play Mentor, play stuff immediately, and like it all works out organically. With torrents, like creatures, you probably play like 1 or 2 per turn max, and it's not like you're sandbagging like 4 Memnites to play immediately after you deploy your torrents. Although there are free creature spells available in some formats. For example, like if you were to pitch a Solitude, you get to make a token. One green white human token and creature with training. It's attractive enough. Not really. But it is interesting.
Yeah.
And that is my verdict on the card.
All right. I'm gonna give it a 1. That all that being said, 1.
I'll give him a 2 for trying. I guess it's a legendary creature, so maybe I'm once again getting debated by commander cards.
Yeah.
Wandering Mind. 3 mana, creature, horror. Flying, 2/1. ETB, look at the top 6. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land, put it into your hand, rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Thoughts on this?
It's interesting. It's a fine card, but who's gonna want to play it as?
That's a good question.
Feels more like a limited, maybe a limited bomb. And even then, you might break 1 in 6, right? Non-creature and non-land. You have 17 lands. Let's say 14 creatures, 9. So it's like a quarter of your deck. So you're probably gonna hit if you have the deck built for it. Yeah, I think it's too weak for constructed.
Well, I think it's too weak for constructed, but I'm not so sure. Like digging 6 is a lot.
Yeah, but you have to tap out. It doesn't help you make land drops. The body barely trades with anything.
I had some like maybe inklings of thinking about slotting it somewhere in modern, but although well, probably that's embarrassing to say. But I don't know. Like I'm already playing a deck that's playing Eternal Witness, which is a 3 mana 2/1 creature that draws a card, and like so it's like not outrageous to think that you could play 3 mana 2/1 creature that draws a card.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
like for example,
that effect is worse than drawing a card, though.
It's worse than drawing a card. Impulsing six cards deep for a spell.
Well, maybe not. I don't know. I like when these cards help you make your land drops, but
yeah, that's one downside that the mind doesn't do. But like what Wandering Mind kinda does, it combines with Ephemerate too, because one of the issues in the modern decks with Ephemerates, you kind of want to have targets for Ephemerate that are more proactive.
Yeah.
So like it probably hardly outcompetes Witness in the deck where like Witness is already kind of a fringe playable in that deck. So maybe I am spouting nonsense, but
it's kind of nice that it pitches to if you play Fury and Force of Negation. That's a big thing in these elemental decks. Being gold colors is a huge deal. So if you're playing Force and Fury and you want that card in your deck,
exactly, more patchable colors, a flying body, easier to cast. Different, probably overall slightly worse effect, but I think it's not the worst. Also, chat mentions that you could build a deck where Wandering Mind does help you hit your land drops if you're gonna play Seagate's Restoration, etc.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, so is the mind a 1 for you?
I'll give it I'm gonna give it a 1 still for constructed.
1 for constructed, alright.
I don't think it's awful, I just don't think it's ever gonna really see sustained play once.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily standard unplayable, although it might not be standard playable. I'm gonna give it a 3. I think it's like one of the better, like it's much better than many of the cards that we've seen this set that I gave 2 to, so I would feel unfair. Although I see that you're not very high on this effect.
Gabe is an idiot. I'm gonna give this a 3. He's
no,
close.
Well, I think it's more likely that I'm the one who's foolish here, but...
Alright.
And we're done with the gold cards, so just a few cards remaining to rate.
I had Blood Ties Harvester in gold. It's the red-black 3/2 vamp that has all upside. Thought if vamp was ever going to be playable, I thought it was like maybe the second best vamp 2-drop after the Socialite from the last set.
Oh, is it 3/2? That's pretty nice. ETB, make a blood token. Tap sack, harvester, return, target creature gets -6/-6, and blah 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 blah.
I mean, it's serviceable. It's fine, you know.
It seems like serviceable to drop. Like makes a blood if you care for the bloods, and it's a 3-power creature.
Better to me than the 2/1 flyer. Maybe I'll see play. There was also Edgar, the 4-drop. I don't know if that's good, but at least you get something when it dies. I don't even remember exactly what it does. You flip it, you get all value, like something that makes tokens and stuff.
Yeah, you get a 4-mana 4/4, +1/+1 for other vampires, and when it dies, it transforms into a coffin. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a 1/1 flyer lifelinker. No, lifelinker. Then there are 3 or more bloodline counters. Remove those counters and transform it.
Yeah, I don't think that card's very good, but
yeah, I thought that like this was one of the very few that I cut on the basis of not being worthwhile.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought you might like it since it's a legendary creature.
Yeah, well,
doesn't have haste though.
It doesn't. You know, overall, I would say that the set is not brimming with constructed all-stars. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I agree. There's a few very, very, very strong cards, but overall, seems like a pretty weak set.
Yeah, and overall, we see in action like how you were afraid at the beginning of the review that you're going to we're going to both trash talk every single card, say that's very bad, and move to another one, and that hasn't necessarily happened.
No, it's true.
Alright, so Dollhouse of Horrors is a 5-mana artifact, 1 tap, exile a creature card from your graveyard, create a token that's a copy of that card except it's a construct. It has haste. So it's kind of like a Godfather's Gift in a way.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like looks a little bit like a card that has no immediate value, but if you play it at 6 mana, it actually starts off from like doing it. It does something ETB. So I think it's not the worst effect for taking over like the game in the late game. What do you think?
I don't know. I read that card and I didn't think much of it. You would have to convince me it was like maybe specific builds or scenarios that were going through your mind, because it just seems really expensive and for not that great of an effect.
Yeah, I don't have specifics in mind, as it frequently is with those cards. As you see, I operate on those like kind of vague beliefs that if you combine something and you sprinkle something else, then you're going to end up with a potentially desirable effect. And the House of Horrors is certainly in a similar ballpark.
Yeah, the effect is strong, I agree. Yeah, sorry, I don't have much.
I'm trying to thinking of combining some, blood tokens as discard outlets, and then like you would have this as your end game. It's probably not a serious contender in a format that is about to, get a braid in it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So probably No, yeah, okay, well, Abraze being legal, I'm going to give it a 1 out of 5.
Alright, me too.
That's kind of a... Even with the inklings of a ETB effect, it's like kind of not a... Not that good of enough of a ETB effect, and like not that good
Finally,
enough of a...
the best card in the set. We saved the best for last.
Yeah, definitely. Lantern of the Lost, 1 mana artifact. When enters the battlefield, exile a card, target card from a graveyard, 1 tap, exile Lantern of the Lost, exile all cards from all graveyards, then draw a card. For me, it's a 5. I get 5 out of 5 Volcanicus.
It's the best. Do you think it's the best, like, graveyard hate artifact card they've ever printed?
No, but I think it's by far the best card in this set. For Modern, for sure. And like the rest of the cards don't come close. And I think it is amongst the strongest graveyard hate cards to be printed so far. It definitely, for most uses, I'm pretty sure it's better than Soul Guide's Lantern. And effectively, it's a relic of Progenitors that's one-sided. You see decks like Blue Red Murktide playing Relic of Progenitors kinda begrudgingly, because they do use their... wait, what?
It's not one-sided though.
All graveyards? How did I miss that? What? Okay,
Yeah,
well, let me
you-
walk that back. Exile Lantern of the Lost, exile all cards from all graveyards, then draw a card. The first time I read this card, I read this as exile all cards from each opponent's graveyards. I could swear I've seen a version that was saying that. Do you have any input in the meantime as I'm...
I think that card's quite good, actually. If you compare it to Soul Guide Lantern, you get the exile effect as it comes into play, and when you sack it. Sure, it's not free, but going back to historic, if you're playing against like Phoenix, I think you'd rather have that card potentially than a Lantern or Claws or whatever else is legal, because you play it on turn 1 or 2, you get their looting or their Phoenix, and then it sits there and you get to exile and draw the cards. So you kind of get both of both worlds. Obviously, you can't tap out, and that is a huge deal, but it's more dedicated. Let's see, it's less middle of the road than a Soul Guide Lantern. It's tough though. It might still be worse than Lantern. Also, if you're playing an Allurus deck, Lantern's super nice because you just sack draw. You don't have to exile your graveyard. I guess the fact that you can't play it again with Allurus is a massive deal, since it exiles itself.
Well, if it works the way it does, it's a relic, right?
Yeah, except you don't have the tap ability. The tap ability is replaced by the enter the battlefield ability.
Yeah, so you've got one shot at targeted instead of like one tapped. I think I understood what happened with this card. I think the first time I've seen this card, it was mistranslated because it was not in English, and it was translated to what I thought it did, and I didn't reread it after that. And it's as is with the correct effects. It actually it's just a relic of Progenitus, but kind of a wash between this and relic of Progenitus, right? Because like it's like whether you want the first targeted or like the tap ability. I think overall the tap ability of relic is better.
Yeah, probably. So
it actually is not a new effect. I think if it was a one-sided effect, it would be pretty game breaking and well game changing, and would be like played a lot and would be very good because it would have a new, like it would occupy a niche that wasn't occupied Graveyard Hate-wise for decks, but as it is, damn.
Sorry, Canister, you were so excited.
I was. But it was a mistranslation. I wonder if like there was another card where I was mistaken about its effect. I wonder if there was also like mistranslation or something, or I didn't read.
Canister is going to sue whoever mistranslated for emotional damage, emotional abuse.
Yeah, but it's like Relic of Progentus. So like it's not really comparable to Soul Guide Lantern because you're playing Soul Guide Lantern because it's one-sided when you're playing it, or because it's free. People do that thing where they play Soul Guide Lantern in black decks over Naya Spellbomb, which for the most part Spellbomb is just better than Soul Guide, although not against Leyline of Sanctity. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm starstruck. Is that the word to say? To use?
No, more like shell shocked, I would say. I think
probably. Yeah.
Starstruck is like you met
the negative version of starstruck.
You met it, yeah.
Insane. I don't think it's the best card in this. Well, I mean, it might still be, but it's not the best card in the set for Modern because it doesn't matter for Modern since it's a slightly worse Relic of Progentus. Arguably, like, someone might play it over Relic, but whatever. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I don't have much to add. I already said it's not strictly worse than the others. Is it better than a Lantern? If you're playing Lurrus, it's definitely not. If you don't care about your graveyard and you have a deck that plays out in a way that you often have mana up, so maybe in a control deck, getting the first effect and the effect of exiling the graveyard, because that doesn't exist, right? And no, I guess Relic is legal in Historic too.
Yeah, Relic is again Historic, so it's like standard Pioneer, I guess. Pretty good for Pioneer, but yeah.
Yeah, do you need it for Standard? There's Lear decks. Yeah, it's kind of whatever.
Yeah, so I guess the biggest downside of this card is that it's gonna, make people ponder this question, like what's better, Relic of Progentus or Lantern of the Lost, and it's gonna be...
It's so bad for us streamers. Yes. It's gonna lead to so many, annoying questions, repetitive.
You're gonna get, Gab, have you thought about replacing Relic of Progentus with Lantern of the Lost?
Yeah, no shit. Oh my god.
It's like whatever, and I'm gonna give it free. I think it's slightly worse than Relic overall, but
I'm gonna give it a 2.
2? Yeah. Okay, it's fair. I mean, in a way, this card doesn't matter because it's like mostly a downside of downgrade of an existing card. And here we go. The last cards. This land is representing all 5 members of the cycle. The Slowlands.
Yeah.
When it enters the battlefield tapped, unless you control 2 or more other lands, and we get enemy colors, so black, green, blue, red, etc. Obviously, great lands in Standard. They're way better than Snarls. Do you agree?
Yeah. No, super good. I love the design. I think they're a great cycle of lands. I'm not sure if they're amazing for anything besides Standard, Historic. Have you played Pioneer recently? Have people been playing the dual lands in Pioneer?
I haven't, but for the most part, they are worse versions of...
This is easy Jabberwocky.
They're not fully worse, but they're for the most part worse version of Checklands, right? Like
I
if
don't
you're
know.
gonna,
Let's see if Logan had them in his blue-white Pioneer deck. He was playing four. Oh, you get to play Fountain, Farmland, and Glacial Fortress in blue-white control in Pioneer.
yeah,
Yeah, they're mostly worse than Checklands, but I think they're probably better than Pathways. So they're kind of actually they're better in Historic because Historic has Archmage Charm and Pioneer doesn't. So
mm,
you need pretty much every land to make blue. Whereas
yeah,
in Pioneer, you don't have charm, so you can play more planes, more Castle Ardent Vales, some Field of Ruins, etc. So it sees play. I play no Pathways now, and I play 3 or 4 copies in Blue White and Historic.
yeah.
But you're
So,
right; they're mostly worse than the
well,
Glacial Fortress type of lands.
I guess it depends. Like if you have like a lot of lands with types, then you rather have glacial fortresses, and if you don't, then you'd rather have Death Cap Glades,
Yeah.
or like their color counterparts. So like
Yeah,
mostly standard lands, like very good standard lands. I'll give them like 4 or like
yeah,
5. I mean, I don't know. Like lands kind of always hard to rate because like no matter the lands, people gonna play them because you need to.
yeah. I think it's best card in the set for standard, best cycle. It's also the cards I'm most excited about, just because it gives you more possibilities, especially when we keep adding sets, and you might be tempted to do color or yeah. I don't know. They're just really good.
Yeah, I'll also always kind of dislike when the mana bases like limits what spells you can play, and in standard a little bit feels a
Yeah.
bit artificial and not cool.
Still might not be enough for good, necessarily good 2-color aggressive decks. Even though if you don't have 1-drops, these lands are really good. I was testing a Naya Werewolf deck for Worlds, and while the deck ended up not being super good, the mana was like surprisingly functional. It was just all the pathways. I was playing all these dual lands. Since you don't have 1-drops, you either play them on 1 or you play them on 3. You just they're good. Now we're just waiting for the triomes, and hopefully in 6 months, I think
Yes. Ban Triumph, Esper Triumph
we should be getting triomes, unless they throw a curveball and decide to hate us.
would be really sad if we don't get them. And like it's for standard it's whatever because like you in standard just play with you what you get, but if they don't print them now for modern, then would need to like wait 5 more years for another set where they can print them, and you wouldn't have access to the damn Ban Triumph ever. What's the reason we
Yeah.
expect Triumphs? Because there is a free color set coming after coming out with the colors, allied colors.
Yeah, I think it's what Streets of Capena.
Yes. Alright, so best cards in this set, according to both of us. 5 hats for Thalia from you. 4 hats from me. 4 hats for Geist Light Snare. No 4 or 5 hats in black. No 4 or 5 hats in red. 5 Woe Canisters for Ascendant Pack Leader. 4 hats from you. And for hats and for Woe Canisters for the lands, which is kind of a wash. So overall,
we gave them 4. I would give them 5, but
sure, I'll put your rating as a 5. So 5 for the lands.
for standard
which is fair.
specifically, I guess. Yeah.
I agree. So yeah, overall, this set kind of sucks, TBH.
Yeah, it's always like I feel like for me anyways, the recent sets for standard I've always underestimated them. So hopefully we have some good surprises. There's also a lot of cards that might be good down the line. There's the tribal cards, zombie, and vamp specifically. I don't know if we're getting many more in the next sets. What's the theme of the next set? Is it
It's
another kind of vamp
cyberpunk.
set?
It's
Sorry.
cyberpunk.
Oh,
So I don't know if vampires are gonna be there.
yeah.
Probably hardly.
Mhm.
So yeah, like this is kind of. I remember. I mean, I'm not sure. Was it like this when standard was in blocks, when the standard sets were printed in blocks? Because it constantly feels nowadays that they like print like some tribal support for a certain tribe or theme, but like it's only in one set and it's never fleshed out enough to really make a deck. Like we've had like there was like heroic decks like in Theros, and like they were getting cards throughout the sets in the blog, but like nowadays it's like okay, one drop vampire and you can't make a deck out of that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of stinks.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to. They kind of decide it's so hard. I'm guessing they're aware. It's kind of obvious. Like, oh, we are printing all these vamps. Can you build a good vamp deck? Maybe they do it. Maybe they'd rather err on the side of caution and not make it. Also, like, not is it that interesting when it's just like here's exactly a 40 or 44 good cards you can play in your red black vamp, and you have to decide which 8 cards you don't want to play, and then boom, you have a good standard deck. I don't know. I'm not sure what the answer is. I'm not a game designer. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
That's a fair point. I'm just like kind of speaking that sometimes I don't have like that much organic interest in playing standard for the most part.
Yeah.
So sometimes I see like a new card that taps into a theme, and I'm thinking, damn, I wonder if we could build like a deck around that. And most of the time, the answer is no. You just literally there is no cards that you could use to fill out a deck like this, so you can't build around that theme.
Maybe they mix it up. Vamp was good, right? Vamp was the best deck in standard.
Yeah. I mean,
Or
that was
the
they
top
do.
two.
They do that thing where they print support in the core sets like before things rotate, so like then maybe they're gonna print out the Sorin type card, and that would exist. All right, so I guess that's gonna be it. Thank you very much for joining me for this set review, Gab. It was pretty fun to do.
Yeah, no, I had a good time. We should do it. Whether it's for set reviews or other thing, it's fun. Yeah, yeah. People who stayed all the way. I guess thanks for watching too. If you're watching the VOD or the YouTube and you made it this far, I guess you enjoyed it. So yeah, no, I had a good time. It's fun to talk about cards, and yeah, thanks
Exactly.
for inviting me.
So with that being said, I'm going to be finishing the stream, and I'll be returning for a regular modern league stream tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll
take
probably
care,
be
Twitch
on.
chat.
Yeah, I'll probably be on tonight. And my usual time playing maybe some historic.
All right.
All right, later, everyone.
Let me find someone to raid.
The video is 4 hours and 20 minutes. Recording for 4 hours and 20 minutes.